Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Lakeview Lanes. It is match play time here at the 2025 CBE 10K Cactus Classic. At the end of the day, someone will walk away with $10,000. Fourth annual. Shout out again to Theo Duthay and Complete Bowling Events. I will run down the list of matches for you from 1 through 16. Of course, there are 2 matches this morning that we do not have access to, so I will do my very best to keep you updated. I see Jessica Nosbush is up early this morning. John, of course, is in one of those matches. He's on 15 and 16. He is facing Dwight Burns, so Steve is also slightly disappointed this morning. That's the 11 versus the 22 seed. Again, they are just outside of camera range. But I will keep you abreast on that match. The other match that is out of view this morning, Reggie Prince Elliott versus Ryan Howard. That is the 12 versus 21 matchup, with Prince being the 12 seed there. Then on 1 and 2, the 16 versus the 17, Sean Wood versus DJ Kneifel. On 3 and 4, Dylan Taylor, the 14th seed, versus Kevin Jenkins, the 19th seed. On 5 and 6, Matt Jones versus Brett Wolf. I told him this morning, every time we come to this tournament, or this tournament happens, once we get to match play, it's incredible, A, how many truly great players there are in this area, and then they all match up against one another. Hall of Famers versus Hall of Famers. It's really cool. By the way, in that seed, or in that match, Matt Jones is the 15th seed, Brett Wolf the 18th seed. I'm telling you the seeds because those individuals had choice of who starts, what lane, and then if for some reason, right, they do tie, seed will come into play again in regards to who wants to go and take care of the roll-off first. Brett Wolf gets a nice break. Brett shot 256 in the final game last night to hop into the, no, not into the top 4. He actually finished 5th on the squad, but that was good enough for 2nd in the top overall tallies. The top 6 who did not get autos earned spots into match play. Over on 7 and 8, the 13th seed Andrew Kane taking on Kyle King, the 20th seed. 9 and 10 features Kyle Ponzo, the 9th seed versus Anthony James, who took home the 24th or the 2nd spot last night in the Desperado squad. He shot 404. And Greg Thompson Jr., the 10th seed, will take on Mike Hardesty. Mike got out the gates well last night, the Desperado, shooting 236. And he came down to 5 and 6 actually. The first couple of frames, small struggle, but he hit a 3-bagger late, parlayed his breaks. And he is facing GT2. Tough matchup certainly there for both players. These are 3-game total pinfall matches. So allow it to develop. Take a look at various matches. Trying to get through about a full game or so on 5 through 8. Then we'll peruse, check out what's happening either on 1 through 4 or 9 through 12. Hope everyone is well this morning. It was a very fun evening last night to watch the final squad on the lanes. D squad was interesting, just a ton of players on it. Of course, the final time to truly re-enter for a full squad, so he had plenty of re-entrants. You had the players certainly who were scheduled to bowl in D squad no matter what. And then the 2-game sprints of the Desperado. That is GT2 down in the bottom right of your screen. Again, he and Mike Hardesty, GT2 front 3. Last time we saw him on the lanes was Friday afternoon. Same thing with Kyle Ponzo. They both had earned automatic spots from the Friday squad. Andrew Kane. First strike for Andrew through 4. Kyle King, who is got a little bit of pain going on here this morning. I believe in his right wrist. Trying to gut it out here. But he's got the first 3 here in game 1. Again, 3-game total pinfall matches. It is single elimination. Again, single elimination, 3-game total pinfall matches. A lot can happen. Charlie Price early checking in. Charlie, you bowl great. I actually thought your number was going to hang around and hang on. 4 in a row now for Kyle King to start. Matt Jones gets a little Hall of Fame carry. Appreciate all the kind words as always. Theo is great, though. Appreciate the relationship and appreciate the wonderful players around this Metro Phoenix area, truly. I mean, I knew there were some good players from Phoenix and in Arizona in general. 4 years ago, I knew that. But being here now for the 4th year in a row, 5 in a row for Kyle King, dicing him up with urethane early. Being here now 4 years in a row. Like getting to see Matt Jones every year, that's pretty cool. And he keeps getting better. Won't take Andrew too long, I'm sure, to kind of get going a little bit. First double. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 players who have made match play in each of the 4 years now of this tournament. Michael Fitzgerald, who we will see in the following round. GT2 has made it every year, along with Ben Perry as well as Brett Wolf. Of course, Brett was the runner-up last year. So not only has he made match play all 4 years, or at this point he finished second last year, can he get to the championship match one more time? I feel like Wolf and Kane always due for a battle. They bowled each other, I think, twice in this tournament in match play in previous years. Alponzo, unfortunately, just put one in the channel on 9 and 10, specifically lane 10. Again, I'll do my best to give updates on every single match. I want to thank Mike Dermeyer and Reed Gibbs, what they do here at Lakeview Lanes. Let's see what we got to do to get, maybe we can get lane talk. See if we can get Mike to get lane talk. Jerome, that's a great question. I'll take a look at that at the ball rack right now. He just picked up a purple. He's going over to lane 9. Now, if you walked in here this morning, you know it's Sunday morning, so there could be breakfast being cooked, right? Maybe you're getting ready for church. Maybe you're just getting ready to just chill on a Sunday. You don't get much time off. You're just going to relax. But you might, for those who enjoy bacon, maybe you hear a little that crackle of the bacon right in the skillet of the pan. Basically take that sound and substitute it for Aberlon pads, and that's what you walked in here today with. All you heard was shh, 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 shh. So there's a couple bowling balls that some of them might be hard to tell off the top because the Aberlon was moving and grooving this morning. Bacon sounds great now. I'm going to go to George's Cafe. Take care of that here in a second. It's a pretty good match, too, between Dwight Burns and Sean Noshbush over there. Dwight Burns just struck. He's going over to 15, try to catch his first or maybe second double. Again, Anthony James taking on Kyle Ponzo, and James the 24th seed. One important note also, great shot there for Matt Jones. As the bracket starts to unwind or unfold, nice washout conversion for Kyle King. The next set of matches will be determined by seed, meaning the highest seed, so the #1 seed is Ben Perry. He's going to take to the lanes in the next round. He's going to face the lowest remaining seed, which means if Anthony James happens to defeat Kyle Ponzo, Ben Perry will face Anthony James. That's how it's going to work. So we won't know who's going to bowl who next, just right off the cup based on a bracket. It is based on seed. Lowest remaining seed bowls the highest remaining seed. Andrew shakes his head, but he'll take that. Carry the 5-10. certainly looking forward to match play for many reasons, but one, I was curious about what's going to happen with lane play and strategy when you get 3 games. You know, you get opportunity, 10 minutes of practice to try to set up a little bit of a pair for yourself. But, you know, it's been a urethane tournament for the most part, and it still looks to be a urethane tournament so far here this morning. GT2's got his loft game out now. And I speak of urethane. He was in a black, the Pink Widow urethane. And he just switched to something that I'm not sure of. It's got a green and blue like swirl to it. He threw that on the left lane and lofted the right gutter. Good break from Matt Jones. Sean Wood over there taking on DJ Kneifel. Sean got the auto spots. He was in, I'll tell you what squad he was in. He finished at -6 that I recall. Sean was in squad C. If you missed the standings, again, there is no official online bracket. But if you do need to refer to the standings or would like to from qualifying, you can do that here. Oh, my. KJ almost had a 9-pin stand. And the ball actually hit the pin twice, and it still thought about standing up. Talked to Brett Wolf a little bit this morning. I asked him how did he channel what he channeled to shoot 250 to make the bracket. Uh-oh. Kyle Ponzo is throwing a couple of gutters now. Yeah, if you're Anthony James, you know, obviously you want to take advantage of those. He has lost pins in each of those situations. But with regards to Brett, he basically spent the entire tournament. Of course, when he bowled at noon, he bowled right next to Ben Perry on Friday, so he got a really good look and view of what Ben was doing. He was trying to figure out how to do that. He felt like he was getting closer yesterday. I knew he was kind of right in between, but he said he finally realized he just had to throw it a little bit firmer, which is not what he would prefer to do. It's not his game, as he said. But that's what it came down to. He even referred back to a match at the Masters, he said, against Mr. McCune. Shot 670, but that wasn't enough. He said he's just got to go out there and essentially throw the shots to get it done, and he felt like he did that yesterday. That's what you're looking for, man. Just be able to kind of channel that Hall of Fame atmosphere. Now, not everyone can channel that kind of bowling prowess, if you will. That's what makes Hall of Famers Hall of Famers. Masters champions, Masters champions. Oh, there it is. A late run here from Andrew Kane. Knew he was going to get going after that first double, 9 spare in the 6, and he's been off to the races since then. Dylan Taylor had his first open next door. It was a pocket 710. Hear the voice of Reggie Prince Elliott. Striking the 8th frame. He's taking on Ryan Howard. Curious to see what the scoring pace will be these first round matches. 235 for Andrew Kane out the gates. Of course, Kyle King and Andrew Kane helped K&K Bowling Services 5 to the Team All Events title back in 2011. I was there for that. I was working the tournament then. That was a young Kyle King then. Not that he's not young now, but I mean young as in, like, I'm not even sure he was 21. So after the front 5 for Kyle King, he is going to trail after the first game in this match. Brett Wolf shoots 198. You see Matt having a little conversation with himself. Not happy with that. 232 for Kyle King. He is trying hard to gut it out. I noticed last night during his squad, he was starting to kind of come back and kind of opening his right hand, just, you know, open, close, open, close. Later on in the block, I noticed he had added some kinesiology tape. All right, so game 1 here is complete. Let's check in on 1 through 4. Kane does start with a strike. We'll get back to 5 through 8 here in a little bit. Here's the end of game number 1 for both Sean Wood, DJ Kneifel, as well as Kevin Jenkins and Dylan Taylor. KJ strike to get him to 185. Watching that match from over here, it did seem like it would have been slightly better with regard to the scoring pace. Kneifel in a lower scoring for sure. Misses a single pin in the 10th frame. So Kneifel over there shoots 163. So Sean Wood is going to have an early advantage. Did not like that one bit. Meanwhile, Dylan Taylor, big double in the 10th. He will have an early advantage on Kevin Jenkins. Other matches heading into game number 2. Kyle Ponzo, 175. Anthony James strike gets him to 179. He will have a small advantage with the right pin count. Sean shoots 174, and he's not doing anything different than he did yesterday, too. He was right around the head pin for the majority of the time, which is exactly what you want to do, without question. Andrew Kane, I think he's missed once now in the last, shoot, he went, what? Double, 4-5, spare, so 7, 8, 9. He's missed once in the last 9 shots. Andrew Kane has 189. I beg your pardon, James with the 189. Excuse me. James can come in here today and just be in the me against the world scenario. If he wants to go that route and think about it in that way. Not that he needs any additional motivation, but keep it here for a little bit and see GT. Be right back. I'm going to grab a couple of updates for you, especially for Jessica. I know she is down there patiently waiting for an update with regard to Sean. Never mind, because my guy Sean Butterfield, who I met, I've mentioned him a couple times. Yeah, it's very rare. Well, it's not rare that I meet people. It is rare to meet people in bowling who also kind of went down a similar path that I did. Just wanted to get into broadcasting, sports media, who also happens to be a bowler. And so I met Sean. He lives local. Came up to watch the tournament. He's originally from Nebraska. First thing he asked was, hey, you need anything? Love to be able to help you out if I can. Go get some scores for you. As he referred to the term as gopher, which is often used in the production world. He's been there every day, just, you know, watching the tournament, but has offered to, he's been basically on the high end where I'm not, and has had just literally brought down scores. So I appreciate him. With that said, Jessica, Mr. Nosbush, 165, Dwight Burns, 187. Ryan Howard, 213. That's a big game this morning. Prince Elliott, 160. GT2, 221. Mike Hardesty, 193. I'll run through those again for you. Dylan Taylor leads. Kevin Jenkins, 202, 185. Sean Wood, small lead over DJ Kneifel, 174, 163. Over on 5 and 6, we'll get back there in a moment. Matt Jones leads Brett Wolf, 217, 198. 3-pin match between Andrew Kane and Kyle King after the first one. Anthony James, 189. Kyle Ponzo, 175. Again, Dwight Burns, Sean Nosbush, 187, 165 early lead and advantage to Burns. Ryan Howard with the biggest lead so far of the morning, 213 to 160 over Prince Elliott. Greg Thompson Jr., 221. Mike Hardesty, 193. Game 1 scores in the books. Eight matches here in the first round. We will see the top 8 seeds hit the lanes next. That includes Ben Perry. Ben Perry, the #1 seed. Shout out to Cesar Padilla. Padilla ended up getting to plus 101 last night on D Squad. That was his second time bowling. He made the most of it. Talking about learning and applying what you learned. But Perry will be the #1 seed. Again, qualifying at plus 156. Cesar Padilla plus 101. Michael Fitzgerald will be the #3 seed at plus 84. That was his qualifying total. Again, Kyle Duster and Kyle Ponzo tied, if you recall. And for those of you who may not know, they tied for the second spot in A squad. And, of course, that spot had a bye attached to it, so they had to break that time. They had a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. Then a sudden death one ball roll-off. They had that twice after striking each on the first. They tied at the 9th and 10th at 39. And then Duster ends up striking after Ponzo left 7. So Duster was able to get the bye. And he is technically, I think Kyle is technically the 4th seed. He had a higher game than Cortez Schenk, who led C Squad. So Cortez should be the 5th seed. Then we got Treskowski. Big 280 last night from Wyatt after a 138 start. Pretty impressive. Then on to Matt Zweig, Kyle Mikulowski, Dwight Burns, Reggie Elliott. Oh, I said the top 8. I meant the top 16. I beg your pardon. Top 16 will be out on the lanes to face. Who else is here? Mr. Treskowski. All here early, getting some warm-up shots in down on the high end. Man, I was just talking about that. You know, I'll get with I'll ask Theo about that. There is no online bracket. In fact, they manually handle it. It's kind of part of the growing tournament lore, if you will. But Virginia Young handles all of the bracket writing. She's got great handwriting. So she has literally manually handwritten the bracket every single year. Theo actually gave me a little bit of some info, just some history stuff to talk about with regard to the amount of people who've made it all 4 years, made match play, etc. I said, you need a website, man. You're 4 years in now. There's a lot of history, some information. And then we could have the bracket there as well. All right, so Ponzo and James, that's been a little bit of a struggle match, but, you know, Kyle, for the most part, minus the gutter, she's been pretty decent. I know the score doesn't suggest that. GT2, you know, when he feels good playing the gutter, he likes to throw urethane in front of him. He is difficult to beat. So, you know, Mike was going to have a tough matchup this morning, no matter what. However, watching Mike throw his own urethane last night during the Desperado, it's nice to see Mike, you know, throwing, again, meaningful shots. I hadn't seen him for a long time, and really we reconnected, actually, a couple years ago at the Age and On. It was nice to see him catch up a ton, and now get a chance to see him once or twice a year. I'll have to figure out an excuse to come back to Phoenix more often. I think the next thing on my list is spring training. Outside of bowling, I should preface that. A couple more shots here of 9 through 12, and then I take you back to 5 through 8 here. They are in frame 7, approaching frame 8. They're going pretty quickly. There's a situation, though, Ponzo's got to be careful. You don't want to let too many shots get away from you. So GT has thrown a couple of different bowling balls. He threw reactive once, and I don't know if that was just a test shot, but it was on the left lane. Now he's throwing a purple, as you saw. That dude is just so talented. I think someone said he's, I don't know, top 5 talented players in this area. I would certainly agree with that. And there's a lot of talented players here. Coolest thing for me was GT led the Masters. I think it was maybe 2019 he led after day 1. Always someone you hope, I hope he was still, to this day still. Yeah, that's a PBA. He's got PBA championship winning talent. And I do hope he achieves that at the national level. Before it's all said and done. Love to see him get that dub. Hold on. Oh, Matt Jones just missed the 9-pin. This match is starting to get a little bit interesting. Let's go back over there. So this is 5 through 8, 9 through 12. Bottom right of your screen. Dylan Taylor trying to improve his carry, now struggling a little bit. He had the early lead. Brett Wolf, that might be a touch inside, and it is, and he pays the ultimate price. Look out. Well, Brett had an opportunity there. Get several pins back. Maybe even peruse to a potential lead change. Big 4 there in the 8. So his max this game is now 207. GT2, by the way, hasn't stopped striking the bottom right of your screen. Front 3 spares, we left them, then 3 more. Mike Hardesty, though, has matched that 3-bagger. Eddie Hardesty, of course, is trailing. 8 count there for GT. Sean Wood and DJ Knife on 1 and 2. Their scores have improved here. Much more higher scoring. Again, if you have a question on a particular match, there is only one match that is outside of, or I'm sorry, 2 matches that is outside of our camera range. And that is the Prince Elliott, Ryan Howard match and the Sean Nosbush, Dwight Burns match. Burns led 187, 165 after 1. Howard led Elliott 213 to 160 after 1. And Ponzo is losing his look against Anthony James quickly. He just went 4 through the middle. That might be the first 4 through the middle I've seen all weekend. We've seen a lot of stuff, but 4 through the middle wasn't a common leave at all. I think I saw 149 this week too. Watching here, folks. Still out here doing it at a very high level. Matt Jones took home the TAT championship and the Progressive in February. What a monumental moment for him and his family. Match play is such a unique experience. Even if you've never bowled it, never bowled in a match play setting. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be for 10K. It could be for $1. Honestly, the body just reacts differently because there's a different type of adrenaline. There's so many things that can happen, though, in a 3-game total pinfall match that makes it a very, very much a roller coaster-like situation. When I'm watching the Masters or the Queens, which, of course, this format is used in those events, I always like to say that I think 70 pins is kind of the max that you'd want to be down with after 2 games, that you could realistically make a comeback. Because what tends to happen is you got one player who starts well. You know, sometimes both players start well, just like the Kyle King, Andrew Kane match, right? But then as the transition starts to hit, the player who might be trailing's ball motion tends to get better because they're actively trying to improve it, obviously because their score was much lower in game 1. It's the same to a degree for the opponent who gets out to the great start. They're looking out for potential trouble, trying to stay ahead of moves in transition. You know it's happening and it's going to take place. You just try to ward it or cut it off as best as you can. But I've seen 70 pin, I've seen 80 pin deficits turn around quickly. Sometimes you also see players that are leading when they get to game 3 get into a little bit of a panic mode. It's like they feel the footsteps of the opponent as Brett, with that right lane not his friend, mismakeable there in the 10th. 198, 175 now for Brett. He's at 373. Matt Jones, 192. Of course, he is now at 409. He's got a 36-pin lead. Kyle King now at 420. Great shot for Jones. Again, this is single elimination, folks. Hall of Famer versus Hall of Famer. GT2 throwing another bowling ball. He had to, actually, because Mike Hardesty hasn't stopped striking. Mike might need him. Might need him all there. That was a what? That was a 28-pin match. GT2 needed every bit of that 235. Gets him to 456 after 2. Mike Hardesty can get to 247. And he would cut into the deficit slightly. If he could put 2 more in the 10th, that would put him in the high 430s. Let's go down there real quick. Here's Hardesty, Ponzo. And Mike washes out, unfortunately. That was one you'd love to have right there. Kane didn't make the spare, so he's looking at 197 with a strike. Again, the high scores continue on 1 and 2. We'll get the updates on the Howard, Elliott, Burns, Noshbush matches as well. In fact, Noshbush Burns now into game 3. Missed opportunity there for Mike Hardesty. Kyle Ponzo, the best he can do is 174 this game. James just opened in the 9th, as you saw. Now down to 1 through 4. Sean Wood shoots 223. Puts him at 397. Kneifel, he has 228 in his sights. And he misses the head pin. Those are the moments you got to capitalize. Anthony James is going to shoot 193 with a strike. I'll update you here in a sec. Good spare, though, from Kneifel. He shoots 204. Sean Wood increases his lead. He now leads by 30. KJ and Dylan Taylor here be locked in a little bit of a battle. That's a big spare for Dylan Taylor. This is a brief programming note, but it'll be much later. But there will be a re-oil. It's going to take place prior to the start of the round of 8. I'll get you a little bit of a better time. And once we get to that point, I'll throw up a message on the screen and let you know what time we'll be back. But it'll be a short break to re-oil the lanes for the round of 8 into the round of 4 and, of course, the championship match. Dylan shoots 180. Puts him at 382. 196 is the max for KJ. If he brings all 3 in the 10th, he would go into game 3 trailing by 1 pin. Speaking of Jenkins, right of your screen. He'll take it. Just learned this morning he's throwing 16 pounds as Cortez, who was in the booth with me last night for the first couple games. Cortez was throwing a grenade, and he told the story about that, how he found it, where he got the ball from initially on OfferUp for $10. He weighed it, it's 16 pounds, but he said that extra man weight maybe got an extra pin or 2 of carry. Ponzo shoots 153. And now Kyle solely back against the wall. Big deficit. This strike here for KJ, though, excuse me, cuts his deficit to 1, but good count. He's going to be in a single pin deficit nonetheless. And there it is. 382, 381, ladies and gentlemen. Several frames into game number 3, 5 through 8. Jones, Wolf, Kane, King. If you are just joining us, please hit the thumbs up. Please share. If you have not subscribed to Bullstream TV this weekend, or if you have done it in the past, thank you. If you haven't, I would appreciate it if you would. Turn on those notifications. You will be notified each time I'm live at an event. And a couple of potential new events on the schedule upcoming this fall. Actually, not the potential. There is a couple. Uh-oh. And no count there for Andrew. Other matches. Andrew, by the way, shot 197, so it's 432 to 420. Kane leads by 12. Dylan Taylor leads by 1, 382, 381. Sean Wood leads by 30, 397, 367. Matt Jones leads Brett Wolf by 36, 409 to 373. On the high end, update from Sean Noshbush. He shoots 212. He shoots 212. That gets him to 377. Dwight Burns shot 198. And all of a sudden that match is within striking distance, no pun intended, for Sean Noxbush. Burns leading by just 8 there. Howard shoots 247. Prince Elliott 195. And boy, Prince obviously not able to get anything going. Ryan Howard's probably got the world over there. He's leading by 105 pins. .460 to 355. And of course, GT2, Mike Hardesty did shoot 209 as we talked about. GT at 456. And Hardesty at 402. It's a 54 pin lead for GT2. If for some reason a match that is on, well, I should say the GT2 and Mike Hardesty match finishes up early, I'll try to turn the camera over there to the right to get a little bit of the 13, 14, 15, 16 action if they get done quick enough. Theo Duthay will probably join me up for a little bit in the next round. Just talk about the tournament, his thoughts, some of the match play. Of course, 10K to the winner. 4,000 will go to the runner-up. 2,000 apiece for third and fourth. 750 each for those who finish 5th through 8th. 600 each for those who finish in the 9 through 12 range. 13th to 16th gets a $600 check. 17th through 24th, $450. He actually did pay spots down to 28th. So 25 through out of the match play and the high woman out of the match play each get a $300 check. The Wolf Jones match is going to be the first one to finish up. Thank you, Steve. Jordan is in. Thank you, Jeff, as well. I need everybody to give their good thoughts on our network here locally. This actually is throwing it back a little bit. I think when we got to match play, maybe the first couple of years, Sunday about this time, I don't know how popular it is or what's happening, but it always is a popular time. You start to see a little bit of a wiggle with regard to the network. So we need all positive thoughts for our bandwidth situation. Jeff, thanks for coming out and bowling, man. And good. Congrats on everything that is popping off in the chef world. Keep doing your thing. And I promise the next time, which is October, I will stop by the crate bar. KJ just threw a demonstrative strike. Yeah, I was talking to KJ. First of all, great dude. Was having a nice conversation this morning. It's rare that I look people in the eye. And what I mean by that is looking people in the eye because they're the same height. Kneifel over there, Greek churched in the 5th. He is trailing by 30 pins to Sean Wood. Sean did miss a single pin in the 5th, but he still has the lead comfortably right now. In fact, he's actually up by 35 pins at this moment. KJ with a big double. He's gone spare, double, and has the lead now versus Dylan Taylor. Matt Jones was leading by 36. Brett needed a big game here and some help. And this one is mathematically over. Oh, Brett took us on a ride last night. Brett took us on a ride last night, showed us what Hall of Famers are really all about. Dug deep. He came into the last game at -43, shoots .256. He just missed a auto spot, but he did get a spot in the top 6 overall standings who did not get autos. But Matt Jones will be moving on. Again, all opponents to be determined, because it's based on seeding. I'll go over that again for those of you who might just be joining us. GT2 is now all but locked up his match versus Mike Hardesty. The Nosh-Bush Dwight Burns match actually is coming down to the final frames. Of course, they all strike at the end. Brett also coaches, of course, at B3 Performance Training. Shout out to B3, Mike and Brandy Calderon, and every part of their staff there. Wonderful facility. Got a chance to take a look at it 2 years ago. And I think maybe when I'm back in October, I'll stop by again. Maybe I'll get a lesson. The Ponzo James match, not quite over yet because Anthony James missed a makeable and then split. I mean, if Kyle can figure something out here, at least make Anthony think about it. Final frames might be very intriguing. Chad, there was a small little blip, but let me know what you see. 583 for Brett Wolf. And it's okay to occasionally just drop in there, hey, obviously you would tell me if something's wrong. But all signs are okay at this point. Meanwhile, Andrew Kane continues to pour it on here. So the first 2 matches are complete. Kane going to be a winner. Matt Jones is going to be a winner. Official tally 618, 583. All right, let's go down to okay, yeah, y'all just keep me honest. I will tell you, just like I just did. Hey, let's send all of our positive thoughts to our network here. What a great facility. But I'll tell you if I'm seeing something odd, I'll drop it in the chat. I think the Taylor Jenkins match is probably going to come down to the 10th frame. Hardesty and GT2. GT2 is going to advance. Looks like Ryan Howard has definitely locked up his match against Reggie Prince Elliott. All right, update down on the high end. And it's not what Jessica wants. That puts him at 562. The max score for Dwight Burns. I do believe he now has enough count. Sean had an opportunity. He had a strike in the 9th. I think a double in the 10th would have put all the pressure on Burns. Looks like, all right, Sean Wood still with the lead here. Throws his hands in the air and waves them like he just doesn't care. So maybe that single pin miss was a 9-pin. Oh, wow. That is horrendous. All right, so updates. And I apologize for the technical difficulties. Hopefully that's not something we'll have to deal with all day. It's been intermittent every day, once or twice a day. All right, so finals. 581. Dwight Burns, 562. Sean Noshbush. If Sean doubles there in the 10th, he forces Burns to do the work there. Unfortunately, missed at 310 in the 10th frame. DJ Kneifel, 520. Kneifel shoots 520. Sean Wood. We'll let Sean finish this thing out. But he is going to advance. The only match that is now still going on, but it is complete, though. Ryan Howard defeated Reggie Prince Elliott. And Kyle Ponzo just could never get anything going. I feel like he had some footing issues. Threw a couple in the channel. And the 24th seed, Anthony James, is going to advance here. Sarah Bowles. How about Sarah Bowles? Shout out to Sarah Bowles. All the bowling YouTubers stopping by this weekend. All right, official tally. 562 to 520. Ryan Howard, official, 651 to 517. Howard advances. I didn't see GT2's final tally, but it was 7-something. He defeats Mike Hardesty. Ponzo shoots 480. Yep, 480 for Kyle Ponzo. Fortunately, he's going to fall to Anthony James. Let's take a look at Anthony's final few shots. Andrew Kane, 664 to Kyle King's 604. All right, back here. Again, this one was a one-pin match heading into it. Dylan Taylor can only get to 190. The magic number here for Kevin Jenkins to win this match is 192. Mark in good count. Oh, my. All right, 4 pins. Jessica, you definitely should be proud, as I mentioned last night, only of Sean, but your performance as well. Nine is plenty, and Kevin Jenkins is going to advance. So KJ, a lower seed, advancing. Just thinking about, again, potential matchups. Dylan Taylor lives to ride another event. Great bowling again from Dylan. Five and 6. He'll be on the lanes.
That's why we go to work. We rest the hand.
Yeah, exactly.
11 and 12, 15 seed Matt Jones versus 5 seed Cortez Shank. 13 and 14. Your 13 seed speed. Now 15 and 16, 24 seed Anthony James versus your 1 seed Ben Perry. We'll get the lanes turned back on. You guys can go ahead and get all settled. Once I see you guys all settled and ready to go, we'll turn your lanes on for 5 minutes of warm up. After this round, we will be having a short break to re-oil. And then the round of 8, 4, and 2 will all be on fresh pairs. You are more than welcome to hit your bowling balls with surface. Let me get this round going, and then I'll be ready to start paying out those that were eliminated in the first round. In just a few minutes, guys. Also, this will be your last call for any of the raffle tickets. Once this round starts, we're going to do a live drawing to see who all of our winners are. If you were eliminated that round, please make sure I still get your score sheets. I only have 5 of them, I think. There might be missing 3. I'm missing just 1 score sheet.
You're not a loser. Come on. You're not a loser. I'm in the first round.
I wasn't overgeneralizing. You're the last winner.
I got money back. Can't be a loser.
You're the last winner. Good job.
Good.
All right, is there anybody that is not ready to start your 5 minutes of warm up? Nope, cool. We're going to turn your lanes on for 5 minutes of warm
I
up.
just ran into Greg Thompson Jr.
Oh, you got great Thompson.
All right, folks. Appreciate you hanging on. All right, folks. Well, there's good and bad news. It's not even my favorite question when people ask me, though, but I like to be informative to our viewers. So the good news is there actually is something happening that did take place on the network locally here in Lakeview. So that was and is a thing. Bad news is, of course, we hope that they did fix it. It's possible that it could happen again. And if so, they're going to take one more look at it, or at least attempt to. But not everything is resolved. So with that said, we will do the best that we can do for you. If for some reason it keeps happening, I'll do my best to keep us updated. And we'll get through it. The other piece of good news is that, well, it's good news for me, but not for everybody else. Well, it is good news for you because you like him. Mike Hardesty is joining us for the next round.
It's bad news for me.
It's bad news for him because he is not still bowling in the tournament. As Dylan Taylor just referenced, he was how did he put it?
He said that I
you were
got a
Greg
size.
Thompson.
Yeah, I got a size 18 up the.
Yep.
across the face.
You did.
7-12 on this is, what are you going to do? Like, you can't be mad at that.
No, not at all. That's fantastic.
When
bowl.
someone shoots 7-12 on this, then, you shake their hand, and that's the end of that. I knew coming into this I was going to have to shoot at least 650, though. There was a couple guys on the fresh that I thought had a huge advantage, and Greg is one of them because he likes to play out. He likes to keep his angles tight, and, he's just a good player. He can repeat with the best of them. If you give that man a look-up 5, he's a bad man. He's not somebody you want to run into.
Well, to be honest with you, that's what I expected on Friday at noon when he bowled.
Oh, yeah.
I was expecting that look to be there throughout, but it wasn't. But, you get 10 minutes or so of practice, and he can get a bit more comfortable and obviously
Sure.
understands what the pattern is asking, truly.
I mean, that's where he likes to play. I don't know if any of you saw the doubles at USBC with him shooting 800. Like, you let that guy throw a urethane ball up 5, and he's going to make your day pretty miserable. I didn't see much that happened on the low end. What I missed down here?
Well, on the low end, on 1 and 2 in particular, Sean Wood got a victory over DJ Kneifel. It was a relatively lower scoring match. On 3 and 4, KJ needed a mark in the 10th to defeat Dylan Taylor. He did what he had to do. Andrew Kane, the victory over Kyle King. On 5 and 6, Matt Jones defeated Brett Wolf. On 9 and 10, Anthony James got past Kyle Ponzo, who didn't throw it very well this morning. To their right, that was your pair.
Yep.
On 11 and 12. And then down on the high end, Dwight Burns got past Sean Noshbush, and Ryan Howard defeated Reggie Prince Ellie.
All right.
So now we have 5 minutes of practice for, of course, all of our new players advancing. I've been watching Mr. Zweig here, and I think he's playing a little defense.
Yeah, he definitely is up to some shenanigans.
And you gotta do what you gotta do in match play.
Which he's kind of like a mad scientist when it comes to this stuff. He sees the lane a different way, and he's always calculating different odds and strategies, and got to give him credit for that. He definitely knows what he's doing. He's one of those guys that can make his look better, and that's a talent because not everyone knows how to break them down.
Does this location here help you?
Yeah, we're good. We're
Okay.
good. Just trying to see what matches I think are going to be a problem. I think Tez and Matt Jones is a great match.
When you say problem,
I'm looking to see if there's any lopsidedness, for lack of a better word. I don't know the kid down on lane 1 and 2 bowling GT. So
Kyle Michalowski.
okay, where's he from?
I don't know where he's from, but he does bowl on tour.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it was his first year, but
We talked about him the other day. He was D-Ron's
Yes.
roommate?
Yep.
Okay, yes.
Yep.
All right.
Rooming with D-Ron.
It is all coming back to me now. I
Yeah.
don't know if I'd want to bowl Cesar right now, but Ryan Howard is really tough when the lane conditions are tough. He just grinds. I know he made top 8 at Ajunong. He's made match play here a couple times, so I think these hard patterns kind of play into his game where he can keep his angles tighter, make his spares, and he's not really kicking himself in the foot at all. He's always a player.
So let me refresh the matchups for you here. Now that we got a little bit of time. So on 1 and 2, Greg Thompson Jr. versus Kyle Michalowski. On 3 and 4, Ryan Howard versus Cesar Padilla Jr. Cesar is the number 2 seed. Dwight Burns taking on Matt Zweig. Important to note, there was a lefty on 5 and 6. Brett Wolf was on this pair, so kind of keep that in mind as we watch this one. On 7 and 8, Kyle Duster taking on Sean Wood. 9 and 10 features, is that Michael Fitzgerald versus Kevin Jenkins?
Yes.
11 and 12, Cortez Shank versus Matt Jones. Wow. Matt Jones, if he wins the tournament, the first 2 matches, Wolf and Shank.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And then Andrew King goes down to 13 and 14. I think he's facing Sean Wyatt-Trzaskowski. That would make sense. And then Anthony James, who is the lowest seed, and the lowest seed bowls the highest seed. So Ben Perry taking on Anthony James down on 15 and 16. Again, 13 through 16 are the pairs that we will not have camera access to.
So I bowled on 11 and 12 where Tez and Matt Jones are, and 12 absolutely hooks more. Greg bowled on that lane more in practice, and he was hitting 180 with his purple, trying to break it down. Lane 11 is a little bit tricky, so even with him shooting 7-12, that's crazy. So I'm kind of curious to see how that goes. I just saw Tez on lane 12 go through the face, and then he came back and went light on lane 11. So I'll keep an eye on that for sure.
Again, this is round 2. If you're just joining us, round 2.
I thought the scores would be a little higher this morning. I was a little bit surprised just because of the caliber of players breaking them down, trying to throw a little surface out, trying to create a little bit of a bump. But they really, other than a couple people, they really weren't that much higher at all.
Padilla got to plus 101 yesterday, or last night. The D squad, final full squad with 7 games. GT2 over there on 1 and 2, still throwing it on the gutter. In fact, he looked like he was closer to the gutter. Over on 1 and 2, Kyle Duster, nice job out to a good start here. Michael Fitzgerald going Brooklyn on 9 and 10. Fitz, one of the, I think it was 4 players who made match play all 4 years now. The tournament, GT is another one. Brett Wolf was the 3rd, and there was one more that is leaving my mind.
Maybe Matt Jones. Shout out to Sean Wood making the cut and winning the match. That's awesome. I know he's been working pretty hard lately on his game and trying to elevate it and put himself out there. So for him to bowl as well as he did yesterday on this and then win a match, that's got to be pretty exciting for him. Kind of use that as momentum going forward. But he's kind of another one that definitely works hard. And if you haven't been watching, 210 is a really good game. 630 is going to win most of the matches. So they are not easy. Pair to pair is a little bit of a challenge, which doesn't factor as much into match play because you're not moving around, but they were hard. They were hard. There was no opening up your angles. Even when you were moving your feet left as they broke down, your eyes were always going with it. You had to keep the ball in front of you. So there was no bellying the ball. Even late last night when we were bowling, playing 4th and 5th arrow, you were playing fallback with urethane, which is, you would never think to do that, but that's just kind of what you needed to do to get the ball into the roll and just kind of stop.
That was the move for the righties.
It was
last night. Watching Prince do it on 5 and 6 and Mike Jones do it on 5 and 6. I mean, the ball wasn't getting right of 15 down lane.
No. You had to make it hook off your hand and just trap it. Just trap it right there. Hope that you got the 10 out. I 5-7'd a couple times.
Nice bowling by you, by the way.
Thanks, man.
The last time I saw you was 2023. No, I think I saw you last year.
I made match play here last year,
right.
yeah.
But I know, you might say you're still getting back, quote unquote, into bowling, but all meaningful shots are meaningful shots. So good to see you back out there again.
Appreciate that. 3 games a week isn't helping, but when you have 2 little kids and a full-time job, and it's hard to leave that to go bowl. Even today, you kind of feel a little guilty. So I wrote something down in my chamois all weekend that was just no excuses. They're hard for everyone. You're here. You might as well make the most of it. There's no excuses. That's what we did.
Again, thank you all for hanging out this morning. We got through round one relatively unscathed, but there were some intermittent connectivity issues. I did learn, first of all, thank you again. Great staff here at Lakeview. Reed Gibbs was on top of it. Mike Dermeyer sent me a message and let me know that there actually was a situation network-wise that required some rebooting. Some things went back to normal. Some things are still questionable. So I don't know where we stand, but we're just going to see how far we can go. And if something happens that we don't like, I'll keep you updated in the chat, and we'll get through it together like we always do.
If you're in the chat, drop us a message. Who you rooting for? Who's out here that's getting some love?
Yeah, I am curious who folks are rooting for. Hello, Scott, Eric. I know we've probably lost a couple people. Just their favorite bowlers may not be bowling still. But you got, the top players from the qualifying totals. We had 2 players going 100 over. Ben Perry's plus 156 still stands out. But Cesar getting the plus 101 last night.
Last night was a minefield.
Was pretty impressive.
For him to get to 101 over is...
And I still don't know how he was doing.
I can't emphasize how incredible that is. Pair to pair, they were a nightmare last night. The hard thing about this pattern is, like, even as the weekend went on, kind of people played all over the place. Some people would jump in early. Some people would try to stay out. 75% of the field was throwing urethane. And when you're throwing urethane up 20, some people up 15, some people playing 5, just gets messy. And this place has kind of crazy topography anyway. This is a high volume center. There's a lot of leagues here, a lot of open play. The low end has a ton of friction, so they were not fun last night.
Already see better starts to games. Now, important to note that the players who received buys are not bowling on the fresh. They are bowling on the burn. So every pair has already had 1 match completed on it from round 1. If you were a winner, and this goes for everybody, but you could resurface equipment in between rounds. That is allowed here. Which for someone like GT2, that's a thank you blessing right there. Sean Wood got a nice break. The way it works, too, folks have been trying to do it, and I know everyone is looking for their favorite player. So we generally starting on 5 through 8. Once the game is about done, I'll move over to another set of lanes. We'll kind of watch that match unfold. And then we'll kind of base it on timing. So if there's a match or matches that are kind of lagging, right, we know they're going to finish last, so we'll kind of save them for the end, and then we'll get down there and watch the conclusion. I try to accommodate all requests. I'm not a DJ, but I try to accommodate as best as we can, but I also try to take you to the best matches at that particular time.
A lot of Dwight Burns fans in the chat here.
There are.
Except for that last person. They said Dwight is the oldest bowler in the round. We don't need to throw that out there.
Well, but they're also saying that he works hard. So they're making the point of,
he does. He bowls everything too.
Hard work is not doesn't have a number on it.
That's fair.
I think is the point.
That's fair.
Kyle Duster's got a lot of fans too. Appreciate y'all. Sean Wood, I like Sean too. Been a good dude, as Mike just talked about. Mike Hardesty in the booth, coming straight off the lanes too. I appreciate him.
Yeah.
He could have easily said, "Hey, I'm gonna go home. It's still early."
Yeah.
Have the rest of the day. You know what's cool about this pattern is, like, as nasty as they were, if you look around, there's 7, 8, 9 different styles. It's not guys that are getting a mitt full. It's not lefties that are running over. There's all different styles here that made the cut. So as tough as that pattern was, you got to give him a little bit of credit that it didn't really shut anyone out.
Certainly fair from the pattern perspective in that
Sure.
point. With that said, most of you who've watched all weekend know exactly what we're bowling on, but for those who may not, that is the pattern. It's been the challenge, 38 feet, 27.35 mils with 1.55 to 1. That's the ratio, and it's been symmetrical across the board. But urethane has been the flavor.
And if you're just looking at that and you look at oil pattern distance, 38 feet, you might think, oh, there's going to be a lot of friction. It's a high friction center. It's not a very long pattern. They're probably going to hook. They don't hook. I mean, they hook in the middle of the lane, but they do not hook. There's a ton of surface being used and a lot of urethane being used for the reason of trying to get that ball into a roll as soon as you can and trapping it there, letting it sit and kind of going forward. So if you're looking at distance when you look at those charts, this one's going to fool you.
Well, the Burns-Zweig match, I think, is going to be the most interesting one. Because the last time we saw Zweig, he was doing something, what I would call unique for what the pattern was asking of him. Not even what the pattern was asking. He said, kind of like what Bricote did last night, I'm going to remove the lane out of play and just basically throw it at the 1-3. Figured out what ball he could do that with, where he could take his hand out and still just get enough rotation to carry a 10-pin, because he was starting to leave some 5s when he first started doing it. And so I was curious how he was going to play the lanes this morning. I'm sure he went down on during the warm-up area and was experimenting, if you will.
I told him yesterday, I watched the video a little bit, and I said, have you been watching like 90s Norm Duke videos? Because that's kind of what it reminded me of, where like Duke would just trap it, play that 11-12, and strike on impossible stuff when no one else could do that.
It was a bit more interesting here this round. By the way, if you've been watching, I told you earlier that there would be a re-oil, and it will take place after this round. At the conclusion of this round, there will be a small pause for a re-oil, and then we'll move into the round of 8 matches. Round of 8 will be again on fresh. The whole time, I thought Ryan Howard's ball speed would be his advantage this weekend.
Really? Yeah, he throws it hard.
I thought that because, as difficult as they were, specifically in qualifying, that he would always be around the head pin as long as his misses weren't drastic.
Sure.
Right? It's high ball speed, you miss drastically, there's no opportunity to recover whatsoever. But if it's going in the right direction, more times than not, he's going to at least hit the head pin. He had some trouble through some squads making some spares, but if he could keep his spare shooting at a good clip, I thought he would have a chance, certainly to advance, which he did. He posted -7 and still bowled last night. And I can't blame him completely for doing it based on the caliber of the bowlers last night.
I mean, that's a winner's mentality. It's a bit torture, but, you know, it's like basketball. You want the ball in hand. So he's saying, I'm not playing defense. I'm not going to let it be up to these guys to beat me. I'm going to go out there and beat my own score and beat them. So, I mean, you kind of have to give him credit. It's a little crazy because he's, 7 more games of torture. But I don't, like you said, I don't blame him. I'd rather play offense than defense.
Of the bowlers, he was one that if he didn't bowl, you would have certainly understood why with -7 in the clubhouse. That was second, actually, behind DJ Kneifels plus 42. And he did end up dropping, I think, 2 spots in that top 6 overall. Brett Wolf got in there at plus 13, and Kyle King was even.
That finish last night was crazy.
Yep.
Brett shooting 250 that last game was awesome because he really struggled on the fresh and just never gave up. And why would he? He's Brett Wolf. He just kind of checked his ID and said, "Oh, yep."
In the booth with Mike Hardesty. Mike, you're originally from Phoenix, right?
No,
I'm not making that
I'm
up.
everywhere. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow.
I was born, and then my dad ran a center in Steubenville, Ohio for a few years, and then high school in Dallas, and then I went to West Texas A&M, which is in Canyon, Texas, just outside of Amarillo.
So high school is in Dallas. That's
High
how you
school
got
is in
there.
Dallas.
Okay, that
yeah,
makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's really where I learned how to bowl, is Dallas, because you walk in any center in Dallas and there's 10 cats that'll kick your head in.
Generally, yes.
I mean, you got guys like Billy Rogers and people that a lot of guys out here I've never heard of that will bowl for any amount of money and aren't scared and will run you over. And I was pretty lucky to bowl at West Texas when I did. That was when Mike Scroggins was out on tour and making a ton of shows, and Aaron Walsh and DJ Archer and a lot of those guys still lived out there. And we'd pot bowl after a league on Tuesday night. It'd be 1 o'clock in the morning, and I would look around and be like, "There's like 5 Titleists I'm bowling against." Like, it was a lot of fun.
Got some early scores. The Michalowski Thompson match is already in the 10th frame. In fact, Kyle is done with game 1.
Big shot by Greg to get into 2-0. Looks like if Greg strikes here, he shoots 209. How do you pronounce that guy's last name?
Michalowski.
Michalowski, 223. So it looks like Greg will be down by 14 if he strikes. Cortez shot 210. Looks like Matt Jones can strike for 227. Puts Greg at 206.
Good break there for Dwight. Dwight is from
Tucson.
That's what I was going to
Yep.
say. Talked to Keith Dahmer. They travel and bowl often together.
Just two really, really good guys. Just always have a smile on their face, always say hello. Keith will be back here quilting, and then he'll run you over on the lanes.
Is he quilter?
Yeah, he's like a really high-level quilter.
How about
like
that?
For real.
Might have to reach out.
Yeah, amazing. Some of the stuff he does is unbelievable.
Once you have kids, you know this. Like, things that you would never consider doing, you start thinking about, like, oh, yeah, let's take some of my son's old blankets and make a quilt out of, or something like that.
Like baseball jerseys, basketball jerseys, something cool.
15-pin lead early for Matt Jones. That's on the bottom of your screen. They bowl fast, too. Looks like Andrew Kane. That's a low-scoring match, 169 to 157.
Yeah, yuck. That was the pair that Reggie and Ryan Howard were on.
Wow, okay.
No, so that's fresh for Andrew. Kevin Jenkins looked like he had 222 to take a 29-pin lead over Fitz.
Folks, as you hop on the stream, if you wouldn't mind to smash the thumbs up for me. If you haven't subscribed to Bowlstream TV already, please do so. Kyle wanted that one to lay off. He joined me in the stream, in the broadcast last night during the Desperado. By the way, Ben Perry, 235 out the gates.
Golly, that's
Against,
ridiculous.
Anthony James.
You know, I listened to a little bit of the stream with him on there, and he said something that impressed me. He was talking about when he first started bowling, he would get a little bit starstruck, or a little bit, you know, he'd bowl Andrew Kane or Brett Wolf, and he'd be thinking about the name. Now that he's been making cuts and bowling around those guys consistently, he realizes they're just like anybody else. Why not? And why not me? And when he said that, I thought, like, that kid's going to be a problem. Like, if he's already figuring that out at his age with his experience, he's going to be a problem.
Sounded like a 7-9 for KJ down on lane 10, and it is. Yeah. Oh.
There's Zweig going back to that trick he did yesterday.
Yeah, it'd be tough to go away from that, knowing what he did and how much score he did put up to earn an auto spot. And the first round bye. But Dwight Burns not doing too much, just looking at the head pin, trying to make spares. Ben Perry did impress me yesterday.
Yeah, he's a good kid.
His story is very interesting. He joined adult leagues pretty early.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was just unaware when he moved from California to Arizona about JBTs and such. And so Dad said, hey, you want to bowl some adult leagues? He's like, yeah, I want to bowl against the big boys.
Yeah, he started bowling out like Strike Force, which is kind of a, you know, entry-level tournament to get better. And he kind of got his roots going there and started bowling more CBEs, and now he's a regular.
He's about to be a regular winner.
I'm surprised when he doesn't make the finals.
That open frame, by the way, for Duster, of course, puts him in the 180s, 184 to be exact. Sean Wood coming out the gates again. This is 3-game total pinfall. 3-game total pinfall scenario. Not a 2-game, not a best of.
Oh,
Padilla takes
nice
care of the
shot.
4-9. That's just the second 4-9 that I've seen this weekend. And what that does is it allows him to get to 193 with a strike. But Ryan Howard will still have the opportunity to have the lead after one game. After this, this pair is complete, Sean Wood shoots 223. I'll take a look at 1 through 4 because Michalowski and GT2 are already in the 3rd frame.
Michalowski started out open. 27 in the 3rd after shooting 223. So, wonder if Tez is still throwing that grenade. I asked him about it last night, and he gave me a really annoying answer. He said, I've been moving. He's like, I moved houses, and we moved a bunch of the balls, and when we were moving, he said, I saw that, and I thought, that might be something different. I'm going to bring it and just make it work. I'm like, what?
Well, he didn't tell you anything
That
different because he described that story
Like-
twice, actually, on the air. Got
doesn't-
it on offer up for $10.
The kid's a freak.
Good start for Kyle Duster.
I tell people all the time, he's constantly playing chess while most of us are playing checkers. He's thinking 3-4 moves ahead. If I do this, this, and this, next game I'll have this. And I'm just like, it's very impressive to get to know him and to see how his mind works. Because physically, he's as good as they get. But then when you dial in the other aspects of it, it's just impossible to beat.
Well, it's no reason or no wonder he won PBA Rookie of the Year. That's the first thing, right? But he has a true professional championship winning mindset. Like
100%.
that's how pros think. At every level, doesn't matter the sport. Doesn't matter the sport. People are always thinking about what's ahead. Sometimes it can get you in trouble, right? Depends on who you are in that case, but you're thinking the 2 to 3 moves ahead. That's why he's so good.
Yeah. And to be fair, if he wanted to, he could win on tour.
Without a doubt.
Like, he has a really good business going. He has a good life here.
Yeah, I like what he's got going on.
It doesn't
We talked
really
about it.
make a lot of sense for him to go out there and chase PTQs. But I think if the tour was structured a little bit differently, you would see him often.
The good news is for him in particular is, let's just say, in a couple years he said, all right, I'm gonna go back. Maybe I'll bowl tour trials again, and he makes it. Like, he's not going to probably ever stop long enough to be not good.
Right. And he's
You know what I mean?
mid-20s still.
He's in a good spot in his life to where he can explore other business opportunities and still be able to kind of piggyback, if you will, dibble and dab when he likes on
Sure.
tour if he would like to.
Yeah, but for now he's going to bowl the majors and maybe hit the World Series and
And run a business.
sure. Yeah,
Sounds like a great idea.
absolutely.
Just like Dwight Burns. Great idea to go even after one. He'll take that. We'll have a 15-pin lead. Thank you to Regina, by the way. More info. Keith Dahmer's jerseys are made. Pics of Mom's quilts. How about that?
That's pretty cool.
All right, let's check out Kyle, GT2, Cesar Padilla, and Ryan Howard. Bottom of your screen there is Kevin Jenkins. You got KJ against Fitzgerald. You've got Matt Jones versus Cortez Shank. Other match updates on the high end of the building. KJ does have a lead over Fitz, 222-193 after one. We mentioned Matt Jones, 225, Cortez, 210. Andrew Kane in a low-scoring match, 12-pin advantage over Wyatt Truskowski, 169-157. Ben Perry all over Anthony James early, 235-168.
Oof.
All the matches, those are the matches on the higher end of the building. And then, of course, in front of us here, 223-184 out the gate. Sean Wood leads Kyle Duster. 200-185 you just saw. Dwight Burns leads Matt Zweig.
Great shot by Duster. Uh-oh.
That's a big three-bagger for Kyle. We'll take a look at that event or that match again. So for Michalowski, I told this story a couple days ago, but I saw him along with D-Ron Booker and Chris Kelso. They got in early to Michigan. They were headed or on their way to Jackson. I don't remember which event. It was either the Players Championship or the TL. No, it wasn't the TLC. That's in Akron. So I think it was the Players. And they were just practicing, getting prepared. Royal Scott is the bowling center. Great facility in Lansing, Michigan. But it's also the home center now of Justin Knowles. And
Nice.
so they just stopped there. I did not anticipate seeing them. I'm there to cover an NCAA regional. And in comes in D-Ron and Chris, Kyle. Brought down, talked to him a little bit. Just had a brief convo with Kyle. And I've probably seen him just like, you meet somebody or maybe you meet him formally and you actually have a conversation. Then literally a week later you see him again.
Yeah.
That's how it feels like now. But everyone has said he's a good kid. And so I don't know how old he is. And so, but he does certainly still look on the
Yeah, he's
on
got
the
that
much,
facial hair going,
on the much
so
younger
it's
side.
hard to tell.
Let's look it up.
And you said he's from Vegas?
According to PBA.com,
Okay.
Henderson is listed. Viewer count continuing to grow here this morning. It is in the afternoon, of course, on the Central Time Zone and to the Eastern Time Zone. Cesar Padilla yesterday was somehow just dead curving it from fourth arrow. It was almost like a diagonal. If you drew a line from, let's just say, 40 to 20 at the arrows, then down to like 7, and then to the pocket. It was like that line that you would set up for your create your player if you played Brunswick Circuit Pro bowling back in the day. Like, that's what he was doing. I'm like, how is he doing that?
Because he definitely does not miss it. gets a handful.
It's unbelievable what he
He
was
has this trick when they're hard sometimes. He'll throw that radical spy. It's that plastic ball with a weight block in it. And he's hooking it more than I hook my purple hammer. Like, it's incredible what he can do with that ball. Uh-oh.
Missed the single pin. Can't talk good about people in this booth.
I was introduced to him last year at this tournament when he was bowling. I had no idea who he was and was watching him bowl and watching him break down the lanes, and immediately thought, that's another guy that's going to be a problem. Because for as young as he is, he obviously knows what he's doing and knows how to break down a lane and make his look better. And that's something that usually comes with a lot of experience. Look at Zweig.
Hey, he's starting to do what he did
That's the Norm Duke in him.
during qualifying. He's got an extensive bag of tricks, I've learned.
He does.
This is a big game.
When I first started bowling again, he was good. But then he just really elevated it and took it to another level.
And that's again, he chased it, and to some degree still is chasing in regards to the PBA Tour. So you have to add another level to your game if you plan on going on tour. That's just plain and simple.
I feel like his A game used to be hooking it, and now I feel like his A game is throwing it straight.
And that might be a little bit of a product too of learning on tour,
Sure.
what works, what gets you to cuts, typically speaking, and then at some point you'll have to hook it during a block, matches, etc. Kowalski, boy, he's giving away his cushion that he had after one game.
I feel like 1 and 2 has to be going through a ton of transition right now.
And again, this is not on fresh. This is the burn. There are already matches, or one match each, I should say, on 1 through 16 during round 1.
I thought this transition was the toughest because you are paralleling left with your feet and your eyes. You can't open up your angles at all, which is like contradictory to what you would do when you normally bowl league, when you're like, oh, I'm going to move 2 and 1 or 3 and 1. No, you're moving like 3 and 3. You're going zones. So it is a bit tricky. And sometimes there's enough oil out there where you think you can stay right and kind of manipulate it, but you can't. You'll find out the hard way that you got to get your feet left and you got to start moving in and chasing it with your eyes, or else you're going to be 5 frames behind the transition.
Looks like Wyatt Trzaskowski and Andrew Kane, they are in frame number 8 down there on 13 and 14.
Looks a little better than last game.
GT2 stays out of trouble there, just the 2-8.
He threw 4 different balls against me to shoot 7-12.
I'm so happy you said that.
Like,
so every time I look down, I saw Pink Widow, you were thinking. Then he went to something that looked like reactive.
He threw a hazmat, the hammer hazmat.
Okay.
He threw a black hammer and a purple hammer. He never threw the Pink Widow once in practice, and then he looked at me in the first frame. He goes, I think I'm going to try this one. I'm like, what? And then he started off front 3. I'm like, what is wrong with you? And then he shot 220 and switched balls. And then he shot 230. And he switched balls again.
Jordan Masberg checking in. Stephanie Smith checking in. Carl Long is watching. Daniel Cordero with a nice fact. Kyle was working at Stephanie Zavala's home center. Which one? I know Stephanie, I feel like she does a lot of practicing now at, I can't think of that center. Shoot, Cal Bowl. I've been seeing a lot of content from Stephanie at Cal Bowl.
Great spare by Zweig.
John Struckman, too. He's been doing great work in the pro shot business. That was a great spare. Wasn't his best efforts on the first shot. This has ended up becoming a higher scoring match. We'll get you back there in a moment. Ryan Howard and Cesar Padilla trying to figure each other out here. Feels like kind of a boxing match. First couple rounds, just kind of feeling out, dancing around the ring a little bit. Couple jabs thrown, but no haymakers yet.
It's hard to throw haymakers on this. It's hard to get loose on this. It really is. I think the whole time in your head you're trying not to tell yourself to place it, but you're trying to place it because you don't want to miss right. If anything, you want to get it up the lane a little more, because if you go Brooklyn, that's not a bad thing. There was a lot of Brooklyns this weekend, which I don't think anyone cared. I mean, it's just that's part of the game.
No, that's not quite a storyline, and that's what Cesar can do right there, folks. Not quite a storyline, but it was one of those things. We had a couple players talk about it. Fitz talked about it, and Tez talked about it. Just in regards to this is the event where you get a Brooklyn, you got to be able to parlay it into a good break.
Yeah, I wanted my miss to be left for sure. Oh, great shot by Tez to wrap 10.
Kevin Jenkins got a 5-bagger on 9 and 10. That is the bottom of your screen. Of course, can't see the score, but he's working on a 5-bagger. And Fitz can only get to 200 this game. So KJ, opportunity to really put up a nice little cushion, and he high flushed another one in the 9th.
Yeah, he can shoot 250, which is a monster score. Daniel Cordero said Duster was working at Del Rio Lanes in Downey, California, 15 minutes from Cow Bowl.
I went to Cow Bowl last year. Yeah, last year, January, they had a really cool youth event. It's kind of part of the JBT. They had I guess some extra scholarship funds, and so they created like a summer series that led into what they called the Grand Championship for youth. Multiple divisions. I mean, Cal Bowl is my first time there, but it's a large center. I don't know if you've been there before.
I have not.
I don't remember how many lanes, but it's a large center. It's very wide from one to whatever it ends. And the place was like almost packed.
That's awesome. Looks like Kevin Jenkins is going to shoot 230, which will put him at plus 56 if he strikes. This is a big shot for GT right here, down on lane 1. He can strike out and go up by about 50. Didn't quite get there. Looks like lane 1 kind of hooks and then wiggles the rest of the way.
You saw the description that he gave.
Yeah, I kind of see both guys just can't get it to go through the pins on that lane.
JJ, the Ben Perry match is one of the ones that is not in camera access, but he did have a big lead after one game. He shot 235 to Anthony James's 168. And looks like from here they are in the 9th frame. Although Ben Perry, it looks like he's got 91 maybe in the 7th. Yeah, Anthony James can make up a few pins, it looks like, this game. I'll have the update for you in just a sec.
Looks like Sean Wyatt shot 214. I can't see Andrew's score.
It looks like 191, but I'll get an update here in a moment.
Shout out to JJ. He is the manager over at Bolero Kyrene, and he is always a gracious host for tournaments in the Valley.
A tough one there for GT. Chops the spare.
Kyle might give it right back, though. 1 and 2 looks nasty right now.
Let's see. Kneifel and Sean Wood both over there.
Yeah. Kneifel's left-handed.
Look out.
Uh-oh. So that game was 179 to 143. That looks like not fun. That puts the match at 385 for GT and 366 for Kyle.
Watch Cesar try to make this spare here. We'll go back to 5 through 8. 456 for KJ after 2. Fitzgerald 382. Oh, okay, Daniel, my man. Yeah, that was a great event.
Jenkins is dialed in right now.
Yeah, he is.
He even has that look going.
I think he couldn't wait to get off, even though he did what he had to do to win the match on 3 and 4. Couldn't wait to get off that pair. This is 9 and 10, and 9 and 10 had no lefties on that pair. Ponzo and James were on 9 and 10. $10,000 to the winner. Went over a little bit of the.
This Sean Wood Kyle Dester match is interesting. Sean Wood is punch for punch hanging in there. He is kind of in control of this match right now. What's Cortez and Matt Jones at? Looks like they're both in the low 4s.
Hmm, 416 to 412.
All right.
Jones with the lead. And Cortez cut that deficit.
Lane 1 looks like a nightmare. Which is crazy because yesterday that pair was the good pair.
You know, Sean Nosbush finished on 1 and 2 last night. He shot 234 to get to minus 17. He ended up being the last player in from the top 6 overall, but it was shot on 1 and 2. Also on that pair, that same game, someone shot 240.
Yeah, that
was crossing.
My high game was on 1 and 2.
First big mistake here for Sean Wood.
That's my bad, Sean. You ever feel pressure in the booth not to like talk about someone? Do you believe in the black cloud? I hear like Mike Flanagan reference it a lot.
Well,
but, I mean, you can't believe in it. It's your job to call it, right?
It is our job to call it. It does become a thing though, which is kind of funny. But there is a broadcaster jinx, and it's just not bowling related. I mean, if you go back historically, look at whatever sport it is. So you talk about free throws, you're talking about someone's hitting streak, like whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's done after that.
But you got to do your job.
We're doing our job.
Got to call it like you see it.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. Ben Perry, by the way, shot 180. It's at 415. Anthony James 174. And Ben's at a 73-pin lead. Wyatt's going to be at, we mentioned 371. Andrew Kane 360. It's a plus 11 for Wyatt. And, of course, Matt Jones leads Cortez 416 to 412, as we talked about.
Andrew just started out with a 3-bagger down there. And Wyatt has 33 in the 3rd, so that's kind of flip the script.
Good question on the bracket. It is not. Actually, you know what? I'll ask Theo to do that. Theo is going to take a photo and post it, and I'll tell you where he posts it. There is a Wow. Brutal 7-pin there on lane 1
God.
for GT. There is an event page for the 4th annual CBE 10K Cactus Classic. So he may post it there, but I'll let you know. It's either there or it might be in the complete bowling events group. The Padilla Howard match looks like it's going to come down to game 3, 10th frame.
Yeah, it's a good match.
Zweig
The Hita.
just letting it do the work. Now, he has been in some major moments. He won the inaugural Agent Ong Open for 10K.
Yeah, he kind of dominated that finals. That was pretty impressive.
I think he ran the ladder too,
He did.
right? Ponzo ran the ladder last year.
He did. Yeah. My favorite moment from the Agent Ong last year was Bean Howe was bowling Anthony Simonson in the round of 8, and he had to get up and double in the 10th to make, I call it the show, the top 4.
Sure.
And bowling one of the best bowlers in the world, and they were nasty last year at the Agent Ong, and he dead flushed both of them. And he came back and I said, "You are a bad man." That if I had to double in the 10th to beat Anthony Simonson, I would be lucky to hit the head pin.
3-5-6 for Dwight Burns. This is a golden opportunity here for Zweig. Take full advantage.
Kevin Jenkins had a human moment. Still dominating that match, though.
So the high-end match is already into game 3.
Yeah, they're bowling really fast in there, especially the Kane match. Looks like Duster is making a ball change here. Looks like he's going to a reactive ball. See if he can find something. Try to make a run game 3.
Woods at 419. I'll hook a little.
Tough part about throwing reactive on this is you have to give the pocket away. You have to give it some room to shape, and that's dangerous. But I do imagine they're probably going to get a lot tighter today quicker because the amount of urethane going down the lane. It has to be 90% of the field throwing urethane.
Yeah, I was going to say the number or the percentage goes up today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because of the players and or the number of players bowling went down. And I don't think there was a soul in here who did not throw urethane.
Yeah, you have to. And unfortunately, if the field is doing it, you have to even more. Looks like Ryan Howard just tried reactive and dead flushed it.
Well, you got to do what you got to do to win the match.
So Ryan's at 362.
That's a good shot there. Very end over end there, Dwight. Very forward roll.
He is. He's definitely really forward.
I like that my guys out here wearing jean shorts, personally. Seriously. Because jean shorts gets a lot of hate. And so I'm on board with, and I don't like to call them or refer to them as jorts. I think that is a horrific term.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help.
That is a horrible term.
That's a PR nightmare. Maybe you need to come up with something else.
Yeah, that's what a bad term. He's wearing that. I remember when I first heard that, I think I was in college, and I go, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "No, these are just shorts." Like,
Yeah.
what?
I might be the only person in Arizona that doesn't wear shorts.
Well, you might be. I mean, you did grow up in Texas, though.
It's hot there too.
Right.
Different kind of hot. Dallas is humid. It is not humid here. It would have to rain for it to be humid.
392 for Dwight. Let me go check the photo, see if that's been posted on Facebook. Big opportunity here for Matt. Something caught him, and he takes a moment.
I love Matt, but he's also no stranger to taking his time.
A couple times yesterday, that might have been a moment or two. Shot to step off. There was almost another brutal 7-pin, but it would have been by Michalowski. GT2, though, has figured things out. Double, and then that was the 7-pin. He made another double. Looking at Wood advance.
So did Theo say after the next round they're going to rerun them? Is that right?
After this round.
All right. I mean, if I'm GT, I'm giddy. I am giddy. Cesar just threw a reactive ball too. These guys must be just seeing a lot different shape today as they carry down quicker. Great shot by GT down there on 1 and 2. He's got double spare 3-bagger. Kyle has 85 in the 5th with a strike in the 6th.
All right, so the picture has been posted to the Complete Bowling Events Facebook page. It is a public group. So if you are on Facebook, search Complete Bowling Events, and then you can see the bracket there. Let me check one other place. Yep, that's where it's at.
Tim Garrett just posted, it's like watching a tournament from 1995. He's not wrong.
With regard to our lane condition
Yeah, I think the
or
way-
shorts?
No. Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm guessing lane conditions. How the guys are attacking the pattern.
No, absolutely. All right, we'll watch this fill here, and then we'll go. GT2 is all but locked up his match on 1 and 2. Cesar leads by 8 over Ryan Howard.
So we got Zweig at 406 and Dwight Burns at 392. Anyone's match. Tez running one out down there. What's going on?
Yeah, let's take a look down there, in fact.
Looks like Tez got 77 in the 4th with a double. Matt Jones has 68 in the 4th with a spare in the 5th. So Tez with a little bit of a lead.
KJ got the fist pump working today.
Back for GT on lane 2.
Yeah, that one's about over. 15:40, 2:35 for Michalowski. Let's make sure. What's the max there for Kyle? He can shoot 6:01.
Yeah.
GT's magic number is 217.
I think he just needs a mark in one of the 2 frames.
Yeah, he's just about good. Keep it on the lane. But he buried it.
All she wrote.
Trotwood, Ohio's finest. GT2.
Is that outside of Dayton? Where is
Yes.
that? Okay. GT has some great stories about bowling league with Gohagen and Farrow. About how
yeah.
he said one year Farrow bowled 9 leagues. Like they just that's what they did for a living. And GT said he bowled 7 leagues. In one of the leagues they bowled a trios. GT averaged 239 and he was low on the team. He was low average on the team, 239.
Those dudes were very. It's like they were legendary names.
Yeah, they still
They
are.
still are, but like, being like from Chicago, you those are the names you start to hear kind of circulating, like GG3, GT2. They all had nicknames or acronyms.
Yeah, they all sound awesome.
It's like, oh shoot, and then you see them in person or you meet them, and they were good dudes off the lanes. Always talk to Farrow, and we always get into some kind of discussion. It doesn't matter what it is, but we spend about an hour just chopping it up.
He's not bowling as much. He's, running a couple businesses, and that's kind of taken over his life. But I feel like Gohagen posts an honor score every other day still.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a skill. I don't think enough people realize, like, striking that much is a talent. You have to learn to just, like, kind of shut it off and go.
Vince is going to be in the 180s. He's made match play every year. But KJ will get the best of him here in round number 2. Next door, though, Matt Jones starting a little slow here. And Cortez now with a 3-bagger. Again, this was a 4-pin match after 2 games.
Did Andrew Kane lock it up down there?
Kane shot what looks to be
210.
210.
And Wyatt can shoot 201. I don't know what.
Well, that was a 11-pin match.
Oh.
So that's 570
All right, never mind.
for Andrew. He needs 200. And now it is over. He needed 2 strikes and 9.
Not easy on this.
So Andrew Kane is going to advance. He'll defeat Wyatt Truskowski, assuming that Ben Perry is still en route to a win over Anthony James. We'll get the update from there in just a second. Kyle Michalowski officially in the books at 555. GT in the 260s.
Yeah, he still shot 650, which is a lot.
We'll get you back over to 5 through 8 in just a moment as these matches are nearing their conclusion. Those are in frames 3 and 5 respectively. 662 for Kevin Jenkins.
Kevin Jenkins, no stranger to bowling well in this building.
What else you got there? Nice split conversion. That was the 3, 4, 6, 7 just made. 570 to 550 official tally for Kane and Truskowski. That's the only final we have to date. Matt Jones is going to need them all here and some help from Cortez. Maybe a roll. Nope. GT shoots 266. Again, folks, there will be a re-oil, and I will not, I repeat, I will not stop the stream. We will remain live. I'll throw a message up there with the re-oil brake. There won't be many lanes to oil as well. I think about 8 total. Actually, no, that's not true. I got 1 through 4. Where's my paper? Of course, I had a paper that I listed all that stuff. There it is. Okay, we'll have 1 through 4 and 11 through 14. So we're going to oil 1 through 14 basically. And then matches will be on 1 through 4 and 11 through 14. The round of 4 will take place 7 through 10. And the finals will be on 5 and 6.
Tez struck in the 9th frame down there, so that match is over.
Yep, that is about done. All right, let's get you back over to 5 through 8. We'll get you the official tallies once those matches are complete.
Still got a lot of bowling left down here.
Kyle Duster doing what he has to do early. And he did not stick with reactive. He did not stick with reactive. Hung out with urethane. He tried reactive on the fill in game 2. Now, whether or not he switched urethane balls, that could be the question.
He was throwing a black hammer earlier. So let's see. I think he's still throwing it. That was a really good shot. He has exceptional touch. He is so soft at the bottom.
That's a word that comes up all the time. High flush. On a line.
Playing the old right to
On a
left.
rope.
Ryan Howard just is throwing reactive now. He just switched.
What's on your schedule today, Mike Hardesty?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Trying to figure that out. I could probably stay for one more match, and then I eventually need to go be a dad.
Okay.
My wife has been a saint as usual.
Could I convince her to help another dad out to get you to stay here longer? And then we'll both be dads in the booth.
Possibly. Very possibly.
Maybe we'll create a podcast. Dads.
I did have to bribe her yesterday. I was like, hey, I'm going to go bowl tonight, so why don't you go get a massage? I'll watch the kids. The kids were a nightmare. And she came home, and she was feeling good. The house was a disaster. There was toys everywhere. My kids had dominoes out and books and coloring. And I was like, all right, I got to go. I got to run to the pro shop and change some grips out. I'll see you later. So, yeah.
What
But I bought her a massage.
that was, well, you
mean-
nailed that. You had to.
She's put up with me for 15 years, so whatever she wants.
I'm in the same boat.
I mean, whatever.
She might be listening right now.
Definitely not. They are at swim class. Swim class on Sunday mornings, and then we go to breakfast.
It's a good routine.
It really is. It's a lot of fun. We're pretty spoiled. Both my parents are still with us and live pretty close, and both her parents are with us and live pretty close. So we always get together. So on Sunday we do swim class, and then we have breakfast with my in-laws, and then on Sunday night we have dinner with my parents.
Nice.
So we're really lucky.
Big shot there from Burns. Looks like he's made a ball change as well. Sean Wood needs something good to happen here, because Kyle Duster is obviously on his way. Ryan Howard, meanwhile.
Switched to reactive and threw a double. You know, the big-time players make big-time plays.
Look at you. Coming in hot tonight. I like it.
That's what we used to say in college.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That was our thing. That and why not me?
Definitely.
Why not me? There was so many killers in college, though, you had to think that way. I was telling Duster the other night that my senior year, 4 of the 15 All-Americans became major PBA champions. I can't think of any other period that happened. I can't imagine it happening in any other period, but we had 4 PBA major champions out of the 15 All-Americans.
That's a really good stat. That's a really good break for Zweig. I might have to go do some investigating. Now I'm curious for years after that period, how many went on to
We had Rash, Bill O'Neill,
sure.
Ryan Simonelli, Rhino Page, and then we still had a handful of other crazy guys like PJ Haggerty, Steve Novak, Jeff Campbell, Mr. 900. Trying to remember who else, but yeah, it was
Brian Valenta,
oh yeah, Brian Valenta, yeah.
Shea Binbender. He just casually shot 879 the other day, by the way.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Just casually. Well, in the Padilla Howard match, this one's still going to come down to the 10th frame. You know, Cesar's got an opportunity for 3 in a row here. He's got 238 max. Padilla entered with an 8-pin lead.
Yeah, he's still in control. He can shoot 242.
Kyle Duster continues to strike. Talk about improving. And Duster, I don't remember the first time I saw him, but it's been a few years. But he gets better every time I see him, or has gotten better, I should say, each time I see him.
I agree. He's very much a technician, especially for a two-hander. He doesn't rely on his rev rate. He relies on his touch. And as we talked about the other day, he's a great spare shooter, so he's never really out of it.
Looking at seeds that have won, right, which is going to matter in regards to our upcoming matches. Kyle Duster's the 4th seed. Oh
no.
4-7-9. Sean Wood's going to need a little bit more of that to have a chance here of closing out. See what the count suggests, and we'll do the math. Mr. Burns not going away.
He was frustrated about missing that spare. He came back after he struck in the 5th, and he said, it saves an open. So I get it. When you're a close match like this, you don't want to give away pins.
Uh-oh. 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 Oh, my goodness. Wow. That is about as close, folks, as it's going to get.
Looks like Sean Wood is changing balls here, which I love. I mean, got to go for it here. He's had a great weekend. He's playing on house money.
Look at this.
God.
Ryan Howard stuffs another one, this time in the 8th. All right, so Duster's max score is now 245. I would put him at 628.
Dead flush for Sean Wood. Great ball change.
That was huge. 210 is the magic number now for Sean Wood.
Yeah, he can shoot 631. Duster can shoot 628.
If Sean does not strike here, Kyle Duster can step up in the 9th and 10th and win the match. Missed the head pin that Ryan Howard to the left. Must have.
Left that 9-pin. Still in it. Spare it up. Never know.
5 pin. Oh my goodness. He asks for it to carry. Flexes a little bit. Looks at the bicep. Mom watching online. Hi, Mama Zweig. Sisters in the back. Hi, Leia.
All right, out of trouble, Sean.
6-11 is the max now for Sean Wood. There's still a path to victory, but Duster's going to need a double.
Uh-oh.
Carry? Yep.
That's what we were talking about earlier. You're going to miss a little left.
I was just dead left
Yeah.
to the 1-2.
That was a huge shot, too.
Dead left to the 1-2. Padilla, bottom of your screen. So he strikes in the 9th frame. His max is now 221. Bang.
If Padilla gets the first one in the 10th, it's over.
Burns can still get to 213. That would put him at 606. With Zweig's magic number then being 201. And Cesar is going to take a moment. It's quiet here at Lakeview Lanes. No. Okay.
So
Spare's still important.
So he can get to 608.
Yeah, if he gets there, Wood would need a double and 7 or 8. Cesar is going to go first here.
It's for the win.
Roll.
Oh.
Maybe.
Nope.
No. Back over to Duster. Takes the spare.
This just got exciting.
So Padilla over there can shoot 201.
Yeah, Padilla can get to 571.
He's going to need good count.
Yeah.
Looks like 8.
Yep. Oh, did not get the. Oh.
Wow.
All right. That makes a huge difference.
Keep it here. Padilla back up at the 10 pin. He missed one of those earlier. Duster brings it home.
Cesar needs 8 pins to win. What a moment for Sean Wood. It's pretty cool to see. He's had a great weekend. He's a good dude. Regardless of what happens here, I think everybody's proud of what he's done. But what a moment for him.
He's the first. Oh, it's going left immediately. And Kyle Duster is going to advance. He made the ball change. And he threw it great on that lane in the 8th. All right, Padilla officially a winner. He got what he needed. Zweig.
Oof.
Boy, he is.
He almost 5'7" and then 4'9".
He has gotten past every single possible hiccup. Carrying the 5, getting the 5'10" or the 5'7" to fall.
Another good tournament for Ryan Howard. I'm sure he didn't want to go home this early, but tough conditions, and he showed again that he's a good player.
That's why I got to take care of business. He does. He's going to need 4 to make it official. Ryan Howard, nice job, as you just said.
That pair did not look fun. Ooh. I think these guys are probably happy they're rerunning them.
Absolutely.
Let's get some fresh back ends.
All right, Zweig, 6'11".
The magician, Matt Zweig.
He's the 7th seed. Did he just say Houdini? I swear
Yeah.
he just said Houdini.
He is.
And
He's
you
the
just-
magician.
and You just called him. You just called him the magician. So we got a 2 seed winning. Ben Perry still in the field, so he's the highest remaining seed. Padilla, the 2nd seed, is still in. Duster, the 4th seed, is still in. Zweig, the 7th seed, is still in.
I think GT was number 10.
Yep. I'm trying to think about some of these matchups. I'm thinking about the lowest remaining seed right now. That person would face Ben Perry. And it could be Kevin Jenkins facing Ben Perry.
Let's go.
KJ is the 19th seed. And Anthony James has lost. John lost this morning. Ryan Howard just lost. Kyle King lost this morning. DJ lost. Brett Wolf lost. I think KJ and Ben Perry are going to bowl each other.
Titans collide there. Hopefully they're.
It's a major battle of lefties.
I'm guessing all the matches are down here, right?
We're going to have matches on 1 through 4 and 11 through 14.
Okay.
We'll go move some cameras around to get what we need.
Maybe we'll get lucky and that match will be down here.
6'11" and 6'05". Zweig just in front of Dwight Burns. We're waiting for Theo to make our official announcement, and there it is.
We're going to have a quick pre-oil so that the round of 8, 4, and 2 are all on fresh. I would say maybe 30 to 40-minute break while we wait for the re-oil. Winners of those matches, we had 1 seed Ben Perry defeats 24 seed Anthony James. Your 2 seed Cesar Padilla defeated Ryan Howard, 21 seed. Number 19, Kevin Jenkins defeated number 3 seed Michael Fitzgerald. 4 seed Kyle Lester defeated your 16 seed Sean Wood. Your 5 seed Cortez Schenck defeated your 15 seed Matthew Jones. 13 seed Andrew Kane defeated your 6 seed Wyatt Trzowski. 7 seed Matthew Zweig defeated your 11 seed Dwight Burns. And your 10 seed Greg Thompson defeated 8 seed Kyle Mikulowski.
Just curious if Theo would announce. Announce the upcoming matchups for round 3. We will go over the winners again, though. Ben Perry defeated Anthony James. Andrew Kane defeated Wyatt Trzowski. Cortez Schenck defeated Matt Jones. Kevin Jenkins defeated Michael Fitzgerald. As you just saw, Kyle Duster defeated Sean Wood. Matt Zweig defeats Dwight Burns. Cesar Padilla defeats Ryan Howard. And Greg Thompson Jr. defeats Kyle Mikulowski. So again, upcoming matchups will be based on seeds. The highest remaining seed will face the lowest remaining seed. So forth and so on. Do not go away. Don't go too far. It looks like we'll probably begin again in about 30 to 40 minutes, as Theo just suggested. It's about 30 to 40 minutes. Round 3 will begin. Yeah, let's call it about 11. I'll just say 11:30. Again, re-oil on the way. 11:30 a.m. Arizona time, also known as 2:30 p.m. Pacific. Oh, I'm sorry, Eastern. I beg your pardon. Mike, let's see.
You waiting for matches for the next round?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. We know that Ben Perry is definitely facing KJ. Oh, actually, I got a good look at it. All right, so Perry, KJ. That means Cesar Padilla is going to face Greg Thompson Jr. No, I'm sorry, Andrew Kane. Right? Perry, number 1 versus 19 KJ.
Yep.
Padilla, number 2 versus the 13th seed, Andrew Kane. That would make sense.
Yep.
Then you'd have to go down to Kyle Duster as the 4th seed. He would face Greg Thompson Jr. Then Cortez Schenk would face Matt Zweig. Does that sound right?
Yeah. Sounds right to me.
All right, so let's do that again. 1 versus 19, Perry, KJ. 2 versus 13, Padilla,
And Kane.
Kane. 4 versus
So we got Duster versus GT.
4
Number
versus
4
10.
versus 10. Yep.
Duster, GT.
And then Tez versus Zweig. 5 versus 7.
5 versus 7, Tez versus Zweig.
Those are some good matches.
Okay.
I mean, obviously everybody left is really good, so.
All right, folks, we'll take a break. Again, that's the time. I don't want to confuse you with time, so I'll be what we do, kind of the standard is Eastern time. Most people can figure it out from that point. So 2:30 Eastern, 1:30 p.m. Central, but 11:30 a.m. local time. I would be returning in about 30 minutes. That's what you should be doing. Lanes are running down right now. All right, Mike is going to hang out with me for at least one more round. I'm going to maybe call his family and ask if he can stay longer because I appreciate him and he's really good at it. And he still doesn't believe that he's good.
We're just hanging out with the boys.
He doesn't know, folks. The guy's got a second career, but I'm trying to convince him. I'll work on that. Anyway, we'll see you in 30 minutes. I'm going to go grab some food real quick and change the camera around. Be back here in 30 minutes. Round 3 next. CBE 10K Cactus Classic. $10,000 to the winner here on Bullstream TV.
I was asking Tez about his match. He said the left lane sucks. He said what he saw, though, was that it was hooking early, and then that would cause it to bail down.
That makes
Not necessarily that it was tighter.
Right.
That's why he's good. I didn't see that.
You're on that pair.
Yeah. The left lane was tough.
Bowlers that were eliminated in that round, I do have checks ready for you. You want to come and collect those. This gives me time to get final transfer.
might have been able to fill that up like 12.
That's right, this is the PBA of House of Neighbor.
I just make big ones on there.
referring to your talent level. I said every time I see you, you get better. Which is what should happen.
What do they say? 30's the prime, right? We just talked about that. Oh, no. Got a couple of years right now.
Bowlers, if you guys haven't already looked at the bracket board, your lane assignments for the round of 8. On 3 and 4, we have your 1 seed Ben Perry and your 19 seed Kevin Jenkins. On 11 and 12, we have your 2 seed Cesar Padilla against your 13 seed Andrew King. 13 and 14 is your 4 seed Kyle Duster and your 10 seed Ray Thompson. And on 1 and 2 is your 5 seed Cortez Shank and your 7 seed Matt Zweig. The round of 4 will be on lanes 7 through 10, and your final match will be on lanes 5 and 6. In the round of 8, we will give you guys 10 minutes of warm-up once we're all ready to go. And then in the round of 4 and 2, you guys will be getting 5 minutes of warm-up.
So far it's been, well, no, I'm sorry. First year, the last 2 years it's been fast. They're going to keep it in there.
They didn't oil down there, did they?
So 17 through the end, they're gonna have just the house
Because they have some pre-bowls after this.
Oh no, but did they? 9, 14.
Bowlers, if you guys want to start getting ready, once the lane machine hits lane 21, we're going to go ahead and start you guys on your 10 minutes of warm-up. And the machine is on lane 19 right now, so I'd say probably within the next 2 minutes,
Did you get food?
which will be 11:30.
I need to order.
So we're just going to call it 11:30. We're going to start you guys on your 10 minutes of warm-up.
I'm free to stay for a little bit.
Once again, for those that are watching, we're looking for certain matches on 1 and 2. We have 5 seed
Sounds like
Cactus
your wife
Shake and
is
7
too,
seed Matthew Zweig. On 3 and 4, 1 seed Ben Perry and 19
I've
seed
always had a
Kevin
good-
Jenkins. Battle of lefties.
Tina was good.
On 11 and
My wife was
12,
amazing.
2 seed Cesar Padilla and 13 seed Andrew King. And then on 13 and 14, your 4 seed
Good seeing
Kyle
you, sir.
Zester and
As
your
always.
10 seed Greg Thompson.
Yes, thank you. You too. Happy belated. Yes, was that yours? Yes. 3 pieces left. There are?
Yeah, get a piece. There's 3 pieces. Yeah.
I think you only took like half the whole
Better than that is so 7 through 10 is that, right? Yes. Yes. Yeah, but we can click that. It's right there.
right here, maybe.
Go to the news feed, I have to go like this. Some color.
Hey, oh no! I can never put it down. Hey,
And it just feels like it's an hour doing this. Oh no, and then you fucking like it. Yeah, but
All right, perfect time. The machine is going to be heading over lane 21. So we're going to go ahead and turn you guys on for your 10 minutes of warm-up. Just a reminder, every round after this, so the round of 4 and round of 2, it'll be just 5 minutes on the players. And everyone except Ben Perry can hit the ball to the circus.
it is weird.
Yes, I should probably hop on the stream at some point. I'll hop on during the round of 4. Are you hanging out all day? Or?
I have convinced Mike to stay.
For a little bit, yeah.
Do you want to do the title match? I'll just hop on during round of 4.
Whatever. Whatever you want to do. You can rotate whatever you want to do. It's your tournament.
I'll do round of 4.
I
if
have
you wanna do
I
that.
have permission to stay though.
Awesome. The boss said yes. So we'll do that. You do round of 8, I'll do 4. And then do the title match. Does that work with you?
I think you need one more year.
So that's tough because you don't want to be discouraged. You've been working hard to get better.
Yeah, I'd like to come in and he's like, because I mean I do the strike course in the test. I think that tournaments over at Drive right now. He's like,
Have you bowled like a regular CBE?
so no, I won the CBE entry off of raffle.
Yeah.
So I've already worked it out with Theo. I'm gonna do the first one, have it in a major, and so do the membership, and then start going to some series.
Yeah. That's probably a better route. Just 'cause
If you go by there,
I mean, I can see it both ways. Like some guys like to do it just to kind of see where they're at, but
Like
it's,
my opinion
it's a
is
slippery slope of like
RC. Me and RC are kind of similar in our what we've been working on the last year, how our things have gone out. But I also don't have that kind of like it'd be one thing to do like $100 entry. Like yeah, I'll throw $100 at it to try, but at 300 and 200 a pop, I'll like. And even after we bowled, we looked at like when we were eating yesterday. He was even like, you may have had a, cause I play so straight and hard sometimes. He's like, you may have had a shot, but that's a big what if. And then like, I don't think my mental game's there. That I would I'd have had one bad game, fucking fried out, and then he started.
yeah, you don't want to get discouraged.
Yeah,
It's discouraging for everybody.
yeah. But I'm gonna work on CBE next year, and then just keep grinding on Thursdays. Yeah, I got a new team this year though. Because we went over the cap, so I went from 180 to 205. So we were over the cap. So yeah, I'm bowling with Anaya. So yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, why not? Well, a couple of regular CBEs.
for my phone charger. Pretty good.
right, folks, welcome back. Thanks for hanging out during the delay, or not the delay, excuse me, the re-oil, I beg your pardon. Well, you guys were, you paid right attention. You knew I told you what time, and you came right back when we said we would.
Kevin said that Ben's not tall enough to ride this ride.
We got jokes.
That's just wrong.
KJ joking with Ben Perry, two lefties. A lot of premier matchups, but the lefty-lefty match certainly provides a lot of.
His bedtime, and he bails for the third game. Our Thursday league is pretty late. We don't start practice until 8:20.
8:20.
Yeah.
What time do you get done?
Oof.
3 games?
3 games, 4-member teams. Yeah, like 10:45, 11. But you know, we hang out and have a couple adult beverages. Might as well.
We're all grown here.
Downfall is I live about 30, 35 minutes away, so you know, I get home at midnight, 12:15, and then the kids get up at 6, and you question why you bowl league.
Mike, me and you, or you and I, are so similar. I didn't know it was that serious.
Oh, the chess master gets the hit on the 7. His wheels are spinning. Look at him. He's going into that mode.
All right, folks, apologize for the technical difficulties. It's just like if this was real TV and someone had to step aside for a technical situation, that is what happened. The worst part about it was we had a full 40-minute break and nothing happened.
Yeah.
And as soon as we started bowling for competition, Mike, Ben Perry leads Kevin Jenkins 223 to 211. As you can see, we are watching 11 through 14, but 1 through 4, bottom right of your screen. And then, well, I spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. I'm on high alert now
Uh-oh.
for the rest of the day. We just don't know.
Mine's working.
Yes, it should be working, but you know, I get the warning first.
Uh-oh.
If that makes sense.
Oh, okay. You got the professional
Yeah,
screen.
I get the warning first. All right, so then Matt Zweig, 227, Cortez Shank, 178. GT2, 182, Duster, 158. So that's the lowest scoring match so far. And then we talked about Andrew Kane not liking a particular pair, and maybe even down to one lane. But he shot 180 on 11 and 12. Cesar Padilla Jr., 215. That is where we stand currently. Tim Garrett says we can't forget about school in the parking lot.
Yeah.
That's great.
They got a little group that hangs out after league and has a good time. And
Yeah, I know what that's like.
Yep.
It's everything you do, and then you're supposed to leave, but you gather in the parking lot around your cars and you keep the conversation going.
That league is great. So it ends, and I bet you half the league hangs out for another 45 minutes. Cortez Shank, 125 in the 6. Cortez Shank, 125 in the 6 with a spare, max of 235.
This is where I wish I had a giveaway item, because I don't like sending viewers through this kind of thing. Like, I personally hate it.
Yeah.
It's the worst part about
Not
what
your
I do.
fault.
But I'm very customer service oriented. It's all those years at Old Navy after school. Folks, I'm sorry. Truly, I am. But they're working on it, man. Mike is doing what he can. Oh, that looks like the Matt Zweig that was on the bottom right of your screen.
Tomahawk the 5-pin.
Just get it out of there.
That was a really important shot, too.
Let me go back. By the way, GT2, of course, right, because we've had so many issues. He hasn't missed in a long time, Mike.
Yeah. No surprise there.
No, it's not. And you called it. You said after round 2, you asked about when the re-oil was happening. And you said there's no one in here that essentially would be salivating more than perhaps Greg Thompson Jr., and he's got exactly what he wants to see.
I would even venture to say Greg has the best look on the fresh in the building.
Period.
Regardless
right?
of what hand you throw it with.
Let's go back down to 1 through 4 full screen real quick after Duster shot. We are approaching the 10th frame. All right, back down here quickly. Ben Perry, 214.
On max. Quick little update here. Emil is working with the IT team to work out some of the bugs going on, so hopefully they'll have that glitch figured out as they identify any issues with the network. So we do apologize about that. They're doing the best that they can. If you're in the chat, I'm going to try to update you with scores as I get them. Cesar just buried a 9-pin down there, which gives Andrew some life. Andrew can actually make up a little bit of ground here in the 10th frame. He can strike out for 200. Cesar has a max of 183 now. Ball change for Tez on lane 1 and 2. Look like he all right, 59. So it is a 27-pin match there. So still anyone's game. Down on 13 and 14, we got Kyle Duster stepping up in the 5th frame. He has 65 in the 4th. Greg Thompson has 89 in the 4th with a spare in the 5th. So Greg still fully in control of that match. Kyle Duster looking to step up here and make him at least think about something. Duster 2810. Not the result he was looking for. But I do give him credit for the ball change. I do think he needed to make a little bit of move there to try to make something happen. It's high risk, high reward. But you got to go for it. After the box, Cesar takes a breath, regroups, front three, fully in control. Are we back?
Maybe. I think that's our word for the rest
We'll
of the day.
take maybe.
Maybe.
We'll take it.
It's better than
Maybe he
what
has
it was.
optimism.
Maybe he does have optimism.
Trying to figure out who the next matches might be. I think Ben Perry would bowl GT if they both win.
GT is the 10.
Yep.
Yeah, Kane is the lowest remaining. No, I'm sorry. KJ is the lowest remaining seed. But I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm catching up myself because I was not watching
Yeah.
the matches, so I apologize there.
Down on 1 and 2, Matt Zweig just opened, so he has 70 in the 5th. Cortez Schenk 59 in the 3rd with a spare in the 4th. So a little bit of hope for Tez.
I will be honest, you know, as the #1 seed, you never want to be that seed that loses the first match. Like, and it happens a lot. It's just what it is. So for Ben Perry, I think, right, just getting a first win out the way, probably, of course it helps the confidence, but I think to some degree it's like a whew, like I'm the top seed. You don't want to come out and lose early.
I think especially after dominating qualifying. That would not leave a good taste in your mouth if you dominated qualifying and kind of came in and lost that match. But, you know. But Kevin's also not an easy opponent, so.
No.
None of these guys are. None of these matches are gimmies. There's no surprises up here. It's exactly what you would expect to see with these demanding lane conditions. No one accidentally got here.
Thank you again to Sean. Forgot his last name. Sean Butterfield. We just met him a couple days ago, but he's in video production, loves broadcasting, loves bowling. His entire family was in Nebraska, which is where they're from. And he's here this week, had nothing else to do. He actually does a lot of local work with some of the spring training complexes and baseball teams, of course, who have spring training sites here. He's a statistician, so if you've seen him walking around writing scores down on paper.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, wow.
Then spring training's right up his alley then. That's a good time to be in Phoenix. The weather is amazing. You can go catch a game. Only downside is our population doubles pretty much during those
sure it
couple
does.
months. So traffic is a little bit of a nightmare, but, you know, it is what it is. No one wants to be here in June.
117 is tough.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Make sure.
I've gotten to the point where, like, 105 doesn't bother me at all. It's that over 110 where it starts to affect your day.
Well, Mike, we got ourselves a little bit of a situation here.
Yeah,
because
I spoke too soon.
no matter what happens, spare or not, KJ's going to have a chance. A chance. He will need to perform in the 9th and 10th frame, though.
Ben Perry can max out for 199. Kevin Jenkins 221. And if you were keeping track, that's a 35-pin match. So still Ben Perry's in control. But Kevin is going to make him think about it, and he is going to finish first.
GT still striking down there.
That was a great shot.
And that was a must-have, and now he legit has a chance. Again, the max score is 623 for KJ. That's with all three in the 10th. That would put Ben Perry's magic number at 187 to win.
And yes, in the chat, 1 and 2 looks miserable, especially lane 1. Lane 1 looks like it hooks at their feet and never hooks again. Andrew is not inviting 11 and 12 to his Christmas party.
That's great.
GT wrapped up that match down there for sure.
7-pin here for KJ. We'll love to at least get the first one there. So now max is 602. And that was it. There'll be 6 pins and 2 shots for Ben Perry to advance.
Ooh. Well, probably didn't matter anyway.
It did not.
Still a great tournament for KJ. It's been a good year for him. He got, I believe, 2nd or 3rd in the New Mexico Open. Top 8 finish here. That's pretty good. So the Clash of the Titans, I think Ben Perry's going to bowl Greg Thompson Jr.
Just to get the official tally there, 537 for Kyle Duster.
And if you're keeping track today, Greg shot 712 his first match, I believe 660 his second match, and 673 his third match. That's insane.
Let me go back to the Cesar matchup here real quick. 386, 359. No one really mounting a comeback. Speaking of Tez in particular, on 1 and 2, he's not really forcing the issue right now against Zweig.
Great shot.
He just threw a good shot, though, in the 7th. His max score is 226. And Zweig is not lighting it up either. He is keeping himself out of trouble, though. However, he's missed a couple of makeables and has no doubles. He can only shoot 200, in fact, speaking of Zweig. So the best he can do right now is 630.
I think between them, there's 1 strike this game on lane 1.
Tez certainly needs to strike here, and he's going to need Zweig to make some more mistakes. That's plain and simple. This one will be up to Zweig, win or lose.
Oh, Brooklyn. Why not? Andrew stepping up down there on lane 11 and 12. I think if Andrew doesn't strike here, it's pretty much over.
All right, you got it. 7 pin was a little lazy.
I couldn't tell if he struck by his body language.
High flush for Zweig there. And that's not quite all she wrote, but that right there is a. He needed, Cortez needed a ton of help from Zweig. He needed to almost open 2 of the final 3 frames. Certainly all would help in the utmost.
Well, Andrew's doing what Andrew does.
Like to make us do the math.
He can shoot 234, which would put him at 593.
Correct.
So we would need 208 from Cesar, and he's going at a 215 pace, so he just needs to stay clean. That's a lot of math. That was a great shot by Zweig.
That's gonna about do it.
That does it, yep.
Well, even though I know you didn't see the majority of the round of 8, folks, and Lakeview Lanes, on their behalf, certainly they've done everything that they could do. They even had the IT good people come over, and they probably rebooted multiple times, not even just a couple.
But hey, let's make it up to you. You know, like, share. Let's make it a great round of 4.
I love that.
Let's go. It's not over. Got a lot of good bowling left. And if you already don't like Bowlstream, I don't know what you're doing with your life. So like it, subscribe, share it.
Well, Cesar just swept a spare in the 8th.
Yeah, that's.
We just talked about just got to stay clean. And now he has no choice. You know, assuming, of course, Andrew's going to step up here and strike out in the 9th and 10th. At worst, strike in the 9th and put 2 in the 10th. He's still going to need 208. And now he's going to have to get a double somewhere.
Not an easy spare. Cesar looks like he left the 248. Or no, 24. I cannot see.
That is the
258.
258. Did look fourish though.
Looks a little
I
off
see
spot.
where you're going. Yeah.
Great spare.
Great pickup indeed.
So Andrew Kane stepping up in the 9th frame on a 3-bagger. He needs to get the next 3 to make Cesar show up in the 10th big time.
Cortez went about as well as you can go right there. 167 was the number for Zweig.
Ooh, Andrew struck. Here we go. That's unbelievable. He looked completely lost for 2.5 games. And then all of a sudden. That fan in front of us is working overtime, by the way.
The one behind 11 and 12, effectively, or
No, this one right here on.
oh, in front.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oof.
gotcha. Yeah, I think they increased the speeds here. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Carry
Nice
it.
shot.
Again, the situation. 234 the max. 2 strikes away for Andrew Kane. 593. Padilla would need 208. And right now that would be a double and 9. Must have. Oh,
Good shot, too.
6 pin.
So if he
Max score.
spares this, it's going to be at 582.
582, but still force Padilla to mark in the 10th frame.
Matt Herbert, yes, the match on lane 1 and 2 is done. Matt Zweig 607, Cortez 584.
Other match that ended early, 673, 537. Greg Thompson Jr. over Kyle Duster. 197 is the magic number. Looks a little left. Crosses over and leaves the 5 pin. Everyone's favorite spare.
I don't think you're going to see any hands up, though.
No, not in this moment.
So Cesar needs to cover this 5 pin and get 7.
Gotta have 7.
Yep.
Seven is the number 6, and we've got a tie. Important to note. 6 is a tie. 5 is an L.
Oh, he's throwing it straight. Oh, what? 7.
7. Oh my goodness. 593. I'm sorry, 583 to 582. Oof.
So I believe we have Cesar Padilla versus Matt Zweig. And then Greg Thompson Jr. versus Ben Perry.
Oof.
No chance. There's a lotter in the chatter in the background. What would you do if you needed 7 on this pattern? Would you throw the high hard one at the head pin, or would you go with what got you there?
7 is a lot to get on the throwing it
7
right down the middle.
7 is a lot. That was a
5.
Yeah.
Can't knock the hustle though.
No.
He got it done.
Your 10 seed, Greg Thompson. That match will be on 7 and 8.
All right, folks, so I'm going to make a camera change real quick. Keep your positive thoughts for what we're trying to do here. So we'll keep 7 through 10, or we'll get 7 through 10 ready to go. The round of 4 is next.
And give us just a few minutes to get the board updated. Virginia will use her nice right hand.
They're not nice.
I couldn't even go this way. No. You go running the last time we were going 5 seconds slower than I migrated.
It's funny that he bowled KJ and then
I gotta try to.
yeah, will it be Zweig and Ben?
Yeah, no, that was fun. Cesar, I told him, I said, hey, at least we got to have a little fun. The rest of the match wasn't fun. It wasn't fun for me at the end.
Yeah. It wasn't fun for you for 2.5 games.
That's what I told him. I said, I don't think anybody's bowled every game except when they haven't felt a little lost at some point. I don't know, man. I mean, he was here right on 6. He could look at it. That's a still not a good shot.
Picked it up. I was like, oh, he's trying to suck it in the middle. God, he thinks he's just enough right now.
Yeah. I mean, he was lucky to get 9 his first game. Yeah, I was thinking if he got 8 or less, he could easily get 5 now.
That's why I mean, the second one was the second one. The first one was American. Yeah. It's like a
Alright guys, so up at one, please make sure all insiders on the first spot. Height seed, again, we'll get choice of if they need to adjust the arrows or not. Good luck.
That's the website that I use to run returns, but that's not mine. It's a free site that makes my life way easier.
Hit
It's like 3rd or 4th one. This is my, when I get longer tournaments, I'm like, I need some.
All right, we're back for the round of 4. 7 and 8, we have Ben Perry versus Greg Thompson Jr. 9 and 10, Cesar Padilla versus Matt Zweig. Emil is adjusting a few things, and he'll be back. But we're ready to go. These are 3-game matches. At this point, most of these guys are probably a little bit tired physically and mentally. It's been a long weekend. Qualifying was 7 games. The pattern has been absolutely brutal. So there's going to be a little fatigue setting in. But we have 4 heavy hitters here. None of these guys are strangers. If you're watching us in the chat, make sure to hit that like button, share it with your friends, maybe drop us a message in the comment if you have any questions, or if you're rooting for someone, let them hear it. We're happy to give you some updates as we go. See Kyler Adams in the comments. Kyler, I didn't see you here this weekend. Where are you at? See Kay Killian. Kay, I saw that you shot 300 maybe a week ago. I can't remember. I saw it on Facebook. Congratulations. Oh, Ben Perry just stoned a 9-pin. That was dirty. Ouch. Fell on a piece of glass and sliced your thumb open. Yikes. No, that's not the universe telling you shouldn't be here. You should have to come here and suffer just like the rest of us. I do not buy that whatsoever. Plus, you're a good player. Just means you got to work on your two-handed game. It's become a little bit of a routine here that Ben Perry bowls the tallest person in the field. Last match he had to bowl Kevin Jenkins, and now he's bowling Greg Thompson Jr. So I don't know what's going on here. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but a little bit of a coincidence. I'm with you, Kyler. I'm kind of nervous after seeing the pattern get harder and harder here at Cactus every year. And I'm sure Carl's wheels are spinning, thinking how he can be just as devious as Theo. I think it's some kind of sick competition between these guys. How can we make these guys suffer the most? Maybe we should make the cut minus 50. But I'm seriously not complaining. Anytime you can average 195 and make money, no excuses. It's not a bad day. This is the final four. So it's a 3-game match. Once again, we have Greg Thompson Jr. versus Ben Perry on 7 and 8. 9 and 10 is Cesar Padilla versus Matt Zweig. A little bit of a slow start. Green knows what we're talking about. Korean A-Cup in the back with jokes. Maybe we can get Dos Equis as a sponsor.
Well, in this day and age, I mean, anything is possible.
Yeah, they have money.
They do. I mean, the CBE 10K Cactus Classic
Yeah,
presented by.
Why not 20?
Yep, you're right.
Let's go. Dos Equis, if you're listening, we are good customers.
Things do.
We will proudly rep your brand. If you know anybody out there, let's go. I will DM you my address for samples. I don't believe there was a lefty on 7 and 8, right? Who was that match before us?
Well, this is fresh.
Oh yeah, that's right. They switched. You okay? There we go.
Yep. So they own all 14 lanes necessary a little bit earlier, but so it has been sitting.
I'm not smart enough to know what that means.
Yeah, everyone's got a description on how that can affect lanes.
Maybe someone in the chat can help us. Interesting. I know in qualifying, Ben Perry threw the black hammer all 7 games. Now he's throwing a purple with quite a bit of surface, so I wonder if he's seeing them a little bit tighter today. Slow start down there on 9 and 10 for Zweig and Padilla. Especially after Matt just came off a grudge match with Tez, so.
Ooh, little pin action. He started, speaking of Matt, what do you got? 227, 203 against Cortez. Got to get a little help. Yep. Double open 6 spare strike 7 spare, and it's the pin counts that now concern me for GT. It's going to be obviously hard to beat 9 spare triple no matter what you do. But 6s and 7s typically obviously tell you something about ball reaction and or just not seeing the lane the way you want to see it.
He's also bowled a lot today already. This is it's game 10 for him.
Yeah, this was match 4. So Cesar made it to the round of 4 last year.
He did.
I can't remember the finishes for Ben, Matt, and GT. I know GT made match play.
GT lost to Brett in the round of 8, I believe. Because Brett beat me last year in the round of 16 and then went on to bowl GT. Matt, I think, lost in the round of 8 as well. I don't remember who. But he had a very entertaining round of 16 win last year, if you remember that finish. He was bowling a lefty. I think Matt doubled in the 10th and the lefty missed a spare or something. He won by like 1 or 2.
That is ringing a bell.
It was pretty eventful.
Ben Perry actually referenced his match. I told him the first time I saw him was the first year of this tournament. He ended up tying with Michael Haugen Jr. down on 1 and 2. Threw the shots in the 10th to tie the match, and then went to the roll-off. And he ended up losing the match, but it was a nice introduction. Those of you still watching, we appreciate it. Been some inconveniences. Apologize for those with regard to the connectivity. Bowling Center also sends their apologies within that regard as well. But thank you for hanging in there. Especially if you're a Ben Perry, Greg Thompson Jr., Cesar Padilla Jr., or Matt Zweig fan. Which brings me to some opportunities. How about some poll questions?
Thanks, Kyler. Saw you in the chat. Appreciate that. I was very fortunate to hit a pretty good pair game 1 in the Desperado, and the second game, I'm not going to lie, I just got lucky. 5 and 6 was not friendly last night, and I was fortunate to get a couple breaks. But it did feel good.
Mike, for those who, happen to tune in, and I did see someone who said they popped in because YouTube suggested that they watch this, which is fantastic. So keep on hitting that thumbs up. But they said, so let's use that individual as an example, right? Let's recap, and I want to use your perspective because you bowled today. Not only did you bowl today, but you bowled GT2.
Yeah.
All right, so that started this
Lucky
morning
me.
with
Yeah.
with round number 1. You're right. If you had bowled someone else, you may not be sitting here right now, and you would be bowling in the round of 4. But just kind of discuss how qualifying was, why was it so difficult, which was certainly the majority of players that were talking about the level of difficulty. They were hard, certainly. How did you get past that portion to put up a good score to advance? And then, of course, your match against GT2, which you got to come in with something a little bit different with regard to thinking. It's match play. You get 10 minutes to kind of do what you want, if you will, but you knew your thing would be in play.
Yeah, so I think yesterday the biggest challenge was the volume of players. There was a lot of players bowling the squad that I bowled qualifying on. It was still a mix of urethane and reactive, but it obviously favored more urethane. So I think the challenge there was just crossing pair to pair and, kind of a minefield of, in practice, you don't know how other people are playing them, how much urethane went down the lane. We don't have ball reps, and we're moving quite a bit of pairs. So, for example, I started on 1 and 2. My second game is on 19 and 20. I'm not going to go down and see who's doing what. So in qualifying, that was the biggest challenge. The goal is to keep the ball in play, keep your angles closed, make your spares. If you catch a big pair, hopefully, you could shoot 2-1, 220, 230 if you're lucky. If it's above that, then that's amazing. And on the bad pairs, you're trying to mitigate those losses, right? You're trying to shoot the 180s, 190s, 2-0s. With the goal of, I think everybody kind of thought, if I can get to even, I'm in easy. So, not necessarily making unreasonable goals and trying to keep calm and take it one shot at a time. So I would say qualifying, it was the minefield. It was going pair to pair and trying to figure out what you were going to do, and if you got to a different pair, how quickly you're going to make a move. Today was a little bit more of chess, meaning the quality of players was higher, and everyone kind of knew what the lanes were doing, so it was a matter of trying to set it up to make your advantages better. I did bowl Greg the first match, and him and I are really good friends. So we talked in practice about maybe trying to create a hook spot. So we committed to throwing reactive up the gutter the first 5 minutes and not throw urethane, as to not carry them down too much early. And it worked. It was super helpful. They were, I don't want to say soft the first game, but softer. But then, with us both throwing urethane, they carried down pretty quickly, and he was able to move in and navigate those changes better than I did. But that was probably the big difference, is I think they were a little bit easier today for that first game before they started carrying down. And you're obviously not moving pairs, so it's not as difficult. But
We all know this, but seeing both Matt and GT2 in the same camera frame
and Ben Perry.
and Ben Perry is something else.
I know, I think you were gone. I said Ben Perry literally just pulled the 2 tallest guys in the field.
I mean, look at this. Yeah, he did. I heard someone mention that as a little bit of a joke as they were.
Did GT tell you what he put in his bio for the Pro-Am? And like the other comments, he wrote, "I did not play basketball."
Yes. I saw that as his fun fact. Still had a chance to make that.
He gets so mad about that. It's funny.
I could relate.
He's like, "No, I did not play basketball."
I certainly didn't get it, I'm sure, as much as he did growing up, but I could relate. Although I did play a little bit. GT was a baseball player.
He certainly was. I still have a hard time watching that video when he posts it.
Yep.
If you're listening, he broke his arm horribly throwing a pitch, playing baseball. And for whatever reason, he likes to post that video and remind himself every year, and it's tough to watch.
But the fact that he's even able to throw a bowling ball, honestly, truly is a blessing. And not only still throw it, but still be great at throwing it.
And hit it and throw it hard. He's had a couple bad injuries. When he bowled that Bolero challenge where he got that match on TV, he literally tore the tendon off of his ring finger in like the second frame of that match. And he had to bowl the rest of the game with just his middle finger and his thumb because he couldn't put his ring finger in the ball, which is kind of heartbreaking because that was such a big opportunity.
A little bit of a fun fact, the winner of that, Luis Gonzalez.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he won that Bolero
Okay.
Elite Series. He won. He's from Chicago. Our parents, our dads, grew up bowling in the same leagues.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I knew him and have known him since I was a kid. Padilla.
That was a nice little check to cash for him.
Yeah.
That thing paid a lot.
Yeah. Pink Widow look for GT2, 177. You said he threw 4 bowling balls against you this morning, correct?
He threw that Pink Widow, hammer hazmat, a black hammer, and a purple hammer. 4 bowling balls to throw the highest series in the field.
And he didn't throw them all kind of consecutively. I saw him throw the hazmat once. He like lofted the cap
Yeah.
in the left lane.
Yeah.
Then I look over again. He's got the purple in his hand. I'm like, okay.
So he doesn't get enough credit for how curious his mind is either. I think a lot of people see him throw the ball and think like, oh, he's a big guy. He throws it hard. He throws it amazing. But he's another one. He's always thinking. You'll see him during qualifying. He'll walk around. He wants to know. We talked about this a little on Friday. He wants to know who's doing what and if he can do it as well. And again, it doesn't come from a place of like cockiness, a little confidence, obviously, but he's just curious. He wants to know why that person is bowling good and if there's anything that he can do to duplicate that.
A lot of 9 right there for Ben Perry. That could have been 6, could have been 5. If it was reactive, that was going to be 3.
Yeah.
I just looked over, Mike, over to our table. And right before, or right after the round of 8, no, the round of 16 ended. Good shot there for Padilla, 2:05. I went to grab my food. And, of course, the round of 8 started. We had all kinds of trouble. Forgot all about the
So
food.
you're just staring at it right
I
there?
forgot all about it.
Got your name right there with your food on
That's
it?
what caught my attention. I'm like, what's my name doing on that? Oh, it's my food that I didn't get a chance to eat.
What'd you order?
I had a pancake sandwich, which is what it's called on the menu here at George's Cafe.
Pancake sandwich?
It's a cool name, but it makes you ask the question, is it really a sandwich? It's simply just a couple pancakes, eggs,
Okay.
bacon. That's all it is. It's not an actual sandwich. I know you're slightly disappointed now.
I mean, I was intrigued and disgusted at the same time.
Correct. Maybe the over adjustment
But
there.
as a dad, you
Mhm.
know, I'm a fan of IHOP. Kids eat free.
Oh, good point.
So
I'll put that on my to-do list.
we attend the IHOP at the Hardesty household.
Straight at the spare for Zweig. See things moving, churning. Off. He's just off camera, folks. Got his hands in his pockets, looking down as GT2 makes the ball change, looking at the ball rack. Speaking of Zweig, still looking at it. And then he makes the turn, and he's looking for what bowling ball is going to be tried next. He is up to the concourse, even back to the locker room / paddock area. So that's what's happening right now with Matt Zweig. See if he gets the, was it, no. Okay,
That's a reactive ball.
Not the fire it up, okay. Purple? Oof.
Oh, he went and got that ball, and now he's not going to throw it. What a tease. I can't even tell what that ball is. It almost looks like a halo, but I know it's not a halo.
Wow.
He probably should have just thrown the other ball.
That did end up being 7. 187 for Zweig. 205 for Cesar Padilla Jr.
Justin in the chat, I don't go to IHOP for the culinary experience. I mean, you know what you're getting at IHOP. You're getting some pancakes, my man, and your kids eat for free. I'm not trying to get a Michelin star out of it.
I can't tell you the last time I've been to IHOP.
I'm not proud of it.
I'm not. Now listen, obviously, as a parent of toddlers, whatever you got to do
I
sometimes.
mean, my kids want some pancake with some sprinkles on it. I mean,
Whatever you got to do. What a time to be alive. BP.
now if you're from Phoenix and you want some good breakfast, I'm going to the original breakfast house, 32nd Street Thunderbird. I'm going to Matt's Big Breakfast downtown, the original one, not the other ones that have popped up around town. The OG. Those are my 2 places for breakfast. Oh, now we got stuff going on here. IHOP is still better than Denny's. I honestly can't tell you the last time I had Denny's. We used to go there when they sponsored the PBA because Mike Scroggins was on the Denny's team, and we felt like we had to support.
How about that?
But I was kind of a Waffle House guy. I mean, I want to go get the smothered, chunked, all that stuff. And some pecan?
Yeah. Now
Pecan
you
waffles?
cook. Now you cook. Well, Waffle House.
Oh, I had some Waffle House at Nationals this year. Me and Brett Wolf ended up there at about 2 o'clock in the morning.
That's about the right time.
It was beautiful. Beautiful. We had, a few beverages. Ended up at Waffle
There's just
House.
no other time. It's either early morning, like breakfast, like legit breakfast hours, or early morning.
If you
The
pulled
sun is not out.
team event this year at Nationals and you didn't go to Waffle House, something's wrong with you. Talk about miserable. That was the worst time of my life.
So Zweig did not throw the bowling ball that he did go to the locker room to grab. But he did, or now is throwing, I should say, what looks like 78U.
Yep.
He liked that one a lot.
Carl, you're right. Crepe bar as well.
GT was surprised about that one. Wheel. The information that all of these players have gathered, the knowledge that they possess, now applying. Looking at GT just ciphering through his urethane equipment as they all do a little bit something different. That's the one thing, or not the one thing, but it is something that I believe a lot of bowlers maybe don't understand with regard to urethane, and there's a lot of conversation around it. Some of it's positive, some of it's negative. Just depends on where you fall into that category. But all of them don't do the same thing. They don't roll in the same way. Some hook actually a little bit more than others. And so if you do the little bit of that homework, just in regards to if you're someone who wants to just give it a try and just be a better student of the game, you'd have to get a few of them just to really understand and kind of go through what each one does and where it would fit on the hook scale just within the urethane aspect.
If you're being realistic, if you're a competitive bowler, you have to figure out how to throw urethane. You just have to, or else you're not going to be able to compete. I mean, maybe you have a trick where you don't need it as much, but when the field is throwing it and you're not, you're going to feel the pain of that. And to your point, yes, there's a lot of different urethane shapes. I brought 4 urethane balls with me today. I had a double cross, a Kentucky purple, a black hammer, and a pitch black. I mean, they all do something just a little bit differently, and it matters. And if you know how to use it, it can be a great tool. You know, I'm one that I don't understand the stigma with it. You can call it a crutch, you can call it whatever you want. I call it a tool. It's a tool in the toolbox. If you like using it, great. If you don't like using it, that's fine. But you know, I think you should be optimistic about it and at least have an option in your bag.
What a slow start here from Ben Perry. Used to seeing him go 220, 2-1. He shot 230 earlier against Mr. James, and he just doesn't look comfortable right now.
Do you think at this point any of the players are thinking about the money?
No.
No?
Now, I don't know where everybody is in their life.
Yeah,
Right.
true.
Yeah, 5 figures is, you know, you're not completely changing one's life, but you could be able to pay some things off. But, you know, I still think at this level with these players, just thinking about what's in front of them, which is, you know, a stout opponent, right? Because you even got to get to the match first. They're not even in the title match.
Fair.
Now, you don't want to catch somebody completely slipping, right? They are thinking about getting to the title match, and that's when mistakes happen.
Yeah. Tells you how bad my mindset is. Like, how much does this pay?
Well, you know, you're a deal closer.
How much? Yeah.
So,
How much is
so-
my time worth? It's gonna cost me money. I gotta take my kids to the arcade tonight. Make it up to them.
It's like just a full kind of.
I think we're gonna go to like Dave and Buster's.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Let them go crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna play some games too.
Well,
I mean,
I'm an arcade guy.
me too.
How old are you kids? Again?
6 and 3.
Oh yeah. We're the same.
Especially with my son, because now he's starting to get better at games, and I'm like, I can't let you beat me. Especially if it's like skee ball. I'm like, let's go. You're in trouble.
No one looks comfortable here. I feel like GT and Cesar are closer, certainly. But this is the point where GT would probably have rattled off 4 or 5 in a row in previous matches on other pairs. And now it's 4 pin. He's left a couple of 3-6-10s.
Yeah, his low set today is like 660.
662.
Yeah, that's. If you're listening and you didn't bowl this weekend, 660 for 3 games is 760 in your league.
Again, $10,000 to the winner. Be $4,000 to second, $2,000 each for third and fourth. So the losers of these respective matches will each receive $2,000. Fifth through eighth placers, $750 each. 9 through 12. I'm actually 9 through 16, 600 apiece. 17 through 24, 450. And then they actually paid spots down to 28th.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
25th through 28th. So those should be the 4 highest totals. Should be. I'll clarify that. In the overall standings. Also the high senior. That did not make match play. I believe in the high woman. Did not advance, also receiving $300 checks.
What a guy Theo is.
Ms. Zweig, there is a little bowling going down to the right. Looks like either a pre or post bowl league session.
It is a post bowl. Hall of Famer Ron Schloss down there.
Yeah, Ron's bowling. Those individuals who know what's happening.
It's Randy Norton.
Oh, appreciate that. Allison has been in the chat. Thanks for. Is she here right now? You turn around. No, she's not. Okay, 'cause she could have been just commenting right there, sitting next to Thea. But thanks for being here. Great shot. Has Cesar been in a pitch black? Is that what?
I think that's a pitch black, yeah. I don't think he's on staff, so he might have a little bit of everything. But, yeah, it's definitely a pitch black. Yeah, you're right. Ben does not look comfortable at all. This is the most uncomfortable I've seen him all weekend.
He just said it's what Fitz said as he goes Brooklyn. We were talking about a convo we have with Fitz about how Brooklyn's were in play this week, and you had to kind of get over the man. That sucks, or I feel bad.
Oh no!
You just had to get over that quickly.
Don't feel bad.
That's got a hook. Interesting how matches and pairs and fresh pairs, just everything kind of flips. Because there's not one player in each of these matches now who feels it, who looks like they have that dominant stretch that they had shown in previous matches, even especially Ben and GT. I mean, they both had some higher scores in their respective matches.
Yeah, I feel like we need to phone a friend like John Janowitz to explain how maybe those pairs sitting would change the oil pattern, because they certainly do not look fun right now.
Is there a chance that either Matt, Ben, or GT those react?
I can see GT doing it for sure. I don't know about Matt. He went and got that ball. That ball's still sitting down there that's reactive, but you know, he's had so much success with urethane all week that's a tough thing to do, but
so GT throws what? I'm gonna get a look at it. Thought maybe it was a black hammer.
I think it was, yeah.
Right to left, just right, lays it right on the cap, right on the half. That's a big double.
I mean,
for Padilla.
Matt's probably at the point where he's thinking, I have to do something, because of all the people bowling, Cesar is the most comfortable. He has a pretty good look. Justin in the chat asked if it's going to be the fresh for the finals.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
5 and 6 is the championship pair. Well, just as we say, somebody's looking comfortable.
It's my bad.
Well, that looked more like maybe just not the best shot, as opposed to what the lane was doing there.
Yeah. Looked like he kind of threw that one through the pattern a little bit.
If you're joining us for the first time, this tournament began on Friday afternoon. We had Squad A at noon local time. 7 games of competition. There was a Pro-Am after, a bowl with the pros. Then we had 3 full squads, squads B, C, and D on Saturday morning into Saturday night. The 2-game sprint last night known as the Desperado. That got us our 24 players who advance to today's match play rounds. We are down to the round of 4 players left. The winners of these matches move on to the championship on 5 and 6. Where they will have one more 3-game total pinfall match. The winner will receive $10,000 courtesy of Theo Duthay and Complete Bowling Events. Sponsors include, of course, EFX, Bro Dogs, Team Agent Ong, and My Home Group, True Amateur Tournaments, Desert Southwest, Ramsey, Auto Center, Alley Cat, Brunswick, Chuck's Painting. Appreciate all of the sponsors. Make sure you guys are supporting them, especially those locally. If you see Theo at an event out there in 110-degree weather with a hot dog cart, you got to buy one.
Matt's mom is in the chat saying, trust me, there's probably a lot going on through his mind at the moment. We know. He's got the beautiful mind down there going. He's seeing all the numbers.
Ooh.
That looks good.
Best shot of the match there.
In fact, right now, we paint the picture. Matt is sitting down there staring at the pins. Looks like he's going to stick with that IQ 78, though.
Zweig has been out on tour, been chasing it. Here's a good one.
Whatever he visualized worked. Did you ever do that as a bowler? Did you ever try to like I was always taught maybe draw a red line back from my the break point to the foul line of kind of what I want that shape to be. So that always kind of stuck with me. I grew up watching Wes Malott bowl a lot, and he was very much into the visualization because he looked at the foul line when he bowled. So I kind of picked that up from him a lot and used that through the course of my collegiate career. I do so now to an extent. I move my eyes a little bit more now, but what about you?
I was closer to the Wes Malott side of things that you just talked about. It was difficult for me to just lock in. I could lock in on the target, but once I started the motion, like my eyes just, and if I stayed on the target, then I'd end up doing something that I wouldn't normally do, like loft it. Like my body was saying, you have to get it to that spot, like literally throw it there as opposed to rolling it. So I had to keep my eyes closer to the foul line or the dots. So the line was, I had to do it.
GT's the same way. We talked about it the other day. I told him, I feel like if I look at the arrows and lock in, I lose my feel. I lose my touch. So my eyes definitely move a little bit. I think Kegel teaches that a lot more now, where you kind of look at your break point, and when you start walking, you bring your eyes down, arrows to the dots. I know Anthony Simonson does that as well. So.
All right. And again, I think that's just about throwing a good shot and repeating one. GT can get to 193, and despite it all, Ben Perry can still hang on to this lead. That's certainly the devastating part at the moment for GT, because this was his chance to either make it closer or take the lead completely, and he has yet to double. Same thing with Matt Zweig. As difficult as it's been, he's only left single pins, and he's made them all. Still shoot 225 this game. The pace of play is just like, and obviously there's only two matches. They're bowling next to each other. But because of the lack of strikes all of a sudden, things have slowed. It has allowed more of a crowd to grow, though.
Well, GT can pick up 12 pins here, which that would be a lot. Would make it a pretty close match.
He saw that one hook so early.
Yeah, and that's not a spare you want to shoot right now. Zweig left the 3, 6, 9, 10, which is a split. Disguised as a spare.
That's well said.
Oh, Jesus. It's the second one he's left on that lane.
He threw 2 good shots that game, so they're getting a little brutal.
They're getting a little brutal, he said. Speaking of Ben Perry.
Ben Perry came back with that Jonathan Mayer smile.
Oof.
Oh, gosh. Zweig chopped that, and that was a really good effort. I definitely should have spared. Wrapped it around the 10. He could still strike out for 193. Cesar can strike out for 209. That was a big shot for GT. He can make up 13 pins here.
Last 2 shots on the right lane in particular for GT have been excellent. I don't know how many black hammers he's got on that rack, but I think that's got to be number 2. You can tell it looks a bit more fresh with regard to surface.
That was just a little left off his hand.
There you go.
You can see him kind of doing that grabbing reference with his hand. He did not like it. Oh, great spare by Matt. Spared the washout. He's probably thinking, can I leave anything but the 3, 6, 9, 10 or the washout, please? And thank you. So after 2, we got Ben Perry, 391. Greg Thompson Jr., 360. So go 31 pin match. Still kind of anyone's game. There we go. There was a reactive ball from Matt. Ion Max. 183 from Matt. Cesar can shoot 209.
All right, so Mr. Hardestein, we'll put your coaching hat on right now. If you're either of the competitors in our Perry-Thompson match, let's start with GT. Of the 2 players, I feel like he knows what's next the best, right? Because he's been in and out of the bowling balls, and I think he's found the one. He's got to throw it properly.
Oh, that helps.
All right. For Ben Perry, though, he is the most uncomfortable that we've seen him. And he said it a couple times. He's actually just kind of to our right when he comes back. They're brutal. These are the words that came out of his mouth. So with that said, this might be if someone shoots 200, right, it could be a 6-0 to 560, 570. How does one get to 6-0? Like how does GT turn what was 240 look all day long? How does he get there now?
I don't know if it's there, to be honest with you. I think if he shoots 220 right now, that's a big game. I think, well, I don't know. He's right in the track there. That was a great shot. I'll have to watch on the TV, but it kind of looks like he's playing up 8-9. If you're Ben, hate to use this word, but I would almost rather play a little more defense than offense. You know, you certainly don't want to shoot 150, 160. In my opinion, he doesn't need a 220, 230. I think if he shoots 190, his chances are pretty good of winning. So I hate to be the one that says he needs to play defense, but I don't know if I would do anything drastic. I think I would try to make good shots, make my spares, and well, that's not going to help, but that's what I would do. I don't know. What about you?
Well, I think for GT, I just think he knows which bowling balls he's going to go to, right? So he's made the maneuvers throughout his urethane arsenal. I think that would make him feel decently comfortable. Right now, when he's thrown it good with this recent black hammer, he's struck almost every time. When he has not thrown it good, when he's pulled it left or whatever, that's when he hasn't struck. Been concerned.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the additional options would be. He did take I saw a radical bowling ball that he took off the rack probably about a full game ago, or maybe 6-7 frames ago. And he just removed it off the ball return. I'm not sure he used it, but he might have thrown it once.
Zweig just tried a new ball too. He threw that. It's an old Storm Fever pitch. It's kind of a urethane blend.
That's the one that got him to the auto spot at 7 a.m. Great shot. That's the one that when he went to the strategy of just going to throw it at the head pin, taking his hand out of it,
Yeah.
he ended up going to that ball, ended up shooting 255 and puts himself. He took the lead briefly.
I think if you're Ben, though, I wouldn't pay too much attention to GT. I mean, I would stay within myself, make good shots, make my spares, not really pay attention too much to what he's doing, which is hard to do because his strikes are crazy loud. So you obviously know he's striking. You'll never hear GT verbalize his strike because he's a quiet dude, but you'll hear it.
I think Kyler said earlier that was a very loud strike, and it was. Here's the one on the right lane.
I mean, if that speed is correct, it said his first ball is 20.6.
Now real time. Oh.
Oh my goodness. All right. Now if you're Ben, you might think about it.
Oh.
I'm eating my words.
Well, I mean, you just kind of saw it happening to some degree. All right. Oh, okay. This is the one. This is the black hammer that.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think you're right. I think you hit the nail on the head. That does look like a different one. It definitely has more surface on it. I know that's his favorite bowling ball. I think he likes that even a little more than the purple, just because sometimes that purple reads the front so much. That black hammer gets through it a little better. Oh no.
Right lane has provided 2 splits now.
That's why I'm sitting here. Don't take advice from me.
Well, I mean, I don't think you were wrong in regards to.
Well, he obviously needs to do something on that right lane.
Right, still had a 31-pin lead. Now, for the most part, he was staying out of trouble, right? So if you still stay out of trouble, that's
Yeah. Now the match is pretty much even.
correct. But then GT's doing exactly what, as an opponent in that sense, or as the player who is trailing in the match, you have to come out and provide some kind of offense, make your opponent know you're there, and then you get them to thinking about, maybe even forcing them into mistakes. Like if this was basketball, right? GT comes out after the half and goes into a full court press, right? So he wants to force the opponent into some early mistakes. This would also be that one where, you know, you're trailing by 20. So you're like, all right, we need immediate stops. Then hopefully you cut it to 10. Then all of a sudden, 5 minutes left. It's a one-possession game, and you got a chance. Speaking of that, is the finals tonight?
I think so. I don't know. How bad is that? Maybe somebody in the chat can help us out.
It's early, but this one feels like a must strike because he's 2 for 2 on this lane this game. It's good 9.
Yeah, that's good. That was almost ugly. Reggie Elliott in the chat. Good bowling this weekend, Reggie.
Great bowl.
Super impressive. He was definitely feeling it yesterday. I like watching Reggie bowl. I like when people get excited when they bowl.
Well, you got to come to Chicago.
Yeah. I mean, bowling should be fun. Obviously, has its moments where you know, more fun than obviously right now. They're kind of in the moment. This is pretty serious, but I like to show emotion.
Again, shout out to Alley Cat Action, one of the sponsors of this year's Cactus Classic.
Troy Blickenstaff said, Game 7 tonight, go Thunder. I forgot he's an OKC fan. That makes no sense.
Oh. Can't give a guy like that a little love tap on the 10 pin. He's starting to channel the Open Championships. Right? He's comfortable again.
Yeah.
And you know he can repeat. Watch the tap. Just lean on it. Real time. Left lane, front 5, Thompson Jr. That's a big maybe.
Oh, daddy. He is giving it
Mercy.
the heater. 21. 21 miles an hour with probably a 500 rev rate. Good luck.
You know, on TV shows in bowling, they generally have a mic near the pins.
Oh, that would be
I
amazing.
would love to hear
Yeah.
that full, crisp, raw audio of his ball entering the 1-3.
Oh, my goodness, again.
Wow.
That's his third one.
Now, yeah, that's tough to deal with. He bowls so well, and then, you know, even despite the struggles, you still got a 30-pin lead.
Yeah.
Going into it. Obviously, you expect your opponent, you know, to put up a fight. Obviously, GT has done that. You finally throw it the way you want to on the lane that's been difficult, and then you bone it out.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Troy last night, very sorry that happened to.
Yeah, he talked about leaving a 9-pin.
Absolutely.
Oof.
Also, unfair and unkind.
That's right. Troy's going to probably win King of the Hill tomorrow night. We bowl King of the Hill on Monday at Glendale, and if there was a Hall of Fame, it would be like Kevin Jenkins and Troy Blickenstaff, you know, first ballot Hall of Famers, King of the Hill Monday night. So he'll get it back. Troy's a good dude. Ben double checking to see if the 9-pin fell.
It does feel like on this pair, Ben just doesn't have as much room left.
Right.
Like, he
Agree.
doesn't have any miss room left.
Agree. It's making him stay a lot more direct than he has been in other matches. I also think he's maybe even a zone right, just because they're so tight out.
215 is the max for Ben Perry. I need to tell you what the max score of this game is for GT. This is for the front 7.
Oh, that was a bit firm. That was a bit firm.
Bucket.
He's throwing it firm, but that was that got down there quick.
Don't want to leave it to chance. Trying to take care of the bucket. Meanwhile, Padilla misses the head pin right.
There's been no strikes this game on 9 and 10 between Cesar and Matt.
True grind over there.
And that's right after Matt just got off that nasty match on 1 and 2 with Cortez.
I feel like Matt likes matches like that, though.
Probably.
I mean, I'm sure he'd love, I mean, we all love to strike. I'm not saying that. But I feel like if you put him in this situation, I think he would feel like his bag of tricks is never ending. And so he will find something that will get him 1 pin higher than his opponent after the 3 games is over.
He's definitely frustrated right now, though. Much better. Much
Dang.
better. I mean, you're not talking about a lot, but that was just a little bit softer.
We got to get GT a taller chair, man. It's a long way down to
does
this
look kinda
Brunswick chair.
He
The
does kind of look
settee.
silly sitting down. Looks like he's like visiting a kindergarten class sitting in one of their chairs.
Yeah, my got some different chairs here. Yeah. All right, here's Ben. He's got a chance. So GT was pacing in the 240s. Let's just give him 246. Just for the math perspective, that would be 606.
Ben can shoot 195.
Yeah, Ben is now in need of help in the form of open frames.
Speaking of open frames, Zweig just chopped his spare.
Again, that match was 402.
370. Well, if you're Ben, I think we're in must-strike territory here.
Yeah, no doubt. That's why those last 2 shots on the right lane, I mean, those are must-haves. And that one was it was a little in. He's thrown it much better the last 4 frames. Both lanes included. Zweig striking in the 5th.
That one looked a lot softer by Matt. Looked like he might have moved in a little bit and softened his hand up.
Good break.
Yeah, probably deserved that one. You stuffed 3 9-pins. You deserve Brooklyn.
.227, the magic number for GT. Carries the 4. And this one is all but over. Front 6. Ben Perry comes out strike. split, strike, split. And then we saw the 9-pin.
We were talking about him struggling for a minute. He probably heard us. He's got his AirPods in. He's probably listening. He was like, I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them. I'm not struggling. I'm going to shoot 276.
What a game.
Look, there's no one harder on themselves than he is. I mean, again, we're pretty close. We've had a lot of conversations, and he's as talented as they get. He wants this more than anyone, and he is so hard on himself. So, you know, I'm really proud of him.
He's got one more to go. It is his first appearance, though, in the title match of this event. Again, 10K to the winner. Ben Perry's star continues to shine, however. Top seed laced him on Friday afternoon to the tune of plus 156.
Yeah, look, a top 4 finish. Led qualifying by a mile. Great bowling to Ben. We know we're going to see him again soon.
Oh, yeah, only getting better. Only getting better. But this match belongs to Greg Thompson Jr. 252 gets him to 612. BP waiting for Matt, just kind of staring up at the scoreboard.
All right.
Meanwhile, Zweig with a big double.
Matt said, I'm not done yet. It definitely looks like Matt has moved in a little bit and softened his hand up.
Jordan Asberg is watching. Jordan, if you wouldn't mind, I mean, you've been around Matt for a very long time. When he gets in these moments or the lanes are this way, right, what's a typical Matt Zweig process, right? What's he been thinking about? We're assuming, obviously, what he's been thinking about, but we know he's got that tactician-type mindset. Oh, give it to him.
Oh,
Couldn't make out what he said, but there was some
he
words.
said there's a lot of bowling to do.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of mind games, Matt does like to play mind games. He is not a stranger to chirping, which I love. I love that fire, right? That's what makes him great. Along with his skill, right? But he wants it. He recognizes that this is the moment, and he wants to go take it. I feel like Matt should have been born in like the 70s. Could have been bowling back in those action matches with Rudy Revs and Del Ballard. Jordan, I agree with you. He is the Duke. All right, 9 spare for Cesar. Cesar now looking at a max of 220. Matt can still shoot 233. And as a reminder, that is a 32-pin match. So Cesar still in control, ball in hand. But as you heard Matt, he's giving him something to think about. Cesar gets the 5 to fall late. 5-7 would be pretty devastating. Just leaving the 7-pin. Should be an easy spare. Could still max out for 209. Now, if I'm Matt and I strike here, I'm not saying anything. I'm walking back, keeping my head down, staying in the moment, not getting too excited because he has 4 big shots to make.
Good info there from Jordan Nasberg. Appreciate you sharing that. Bang.
Great shot. Well, that's why he's one of the best.
Max score is 233, correct?
Yep, so he can make up 24 pins at the moment. So Cesar's still in control, but Matt's caught up a lot.
603 is his max currently.
Correct. Cesar's 611.
Big strike here. Keeps him alive.
Oh, it's got a hook. Oh, just a little bit, just a little bit. Got it going right a little bit early, and on this pattern, with them being so flat and tight to the right, it just doesn't have the chance to slow down and get through the pins. So that changes his max to 211, which would be 581. So Cesar would have to mark still a match. Still a match. Sparing the 2-8 is huge. That's not an easy spare this weekend either. But Cesar has not thrown a strike in this game. He currently has an all-spare game going, which you get a patch for, but I don't think he wants a patch right now.
Oh, kick it out of there.
Dirty.
And that is about to do it.
I think he still needs some mark.
He does.
Yeah.
Getting close, though.
I remember what it was like to get bird dogs. A little messenger here and there.
Well, there's a good look. Send it.
Head pin doing work.
Again, Zweig's max total 581. Padilla needs 180. Possible dub. There it is.
That was clutch. Didn't strike all game and throws a double when he needs it. So we got Cesar Padilla and Greg Thompson Jr. I think Cesar needs to get a locker here. Back-to-back years, top 4. Let's get this man a locker.
You mentioned he bowls. You know he bowls where? What center did you say?
He bowled at Glen Fair.
Glen Fair.
Which is actually closing or remodeling at the moment. I don't really know what's going on over there. I know the property just sold. It's on the other side of town. But, yeah, really, really high friction center. That surface is old. That's Matt Jones's crib. That's the house that Matt Jones built. You don't want to bowl that man in that building. He'll take your lunch money. It's unfortunate. That's one of the last few independent centers we have in town. We only have about 3 left if you take out the Sun City centers. So I'm kind of rooting for them to figure that out and to come back stronger than ever. Great bowling to Matt Zweig. He kind of put on a clinic this weekend. Showed us how versatile of a player he is. I know he's probably disappointed at the moment, but top 4 finish in this tournament is nothing to hang your head on. Oh, he's showing us some tricks in between the legs. Look at this. And he spared it. What a jerk.
All right, folks, championship match is next. Cesar Padilla Jr., the number 2 seed, versus Greg Thompson Jr., the 10th seed. I'm going to take one small break just to move a camera. Do not go anywhere. I know we had all kinds of troubles earlier, but we're making our way. Hang in there with me. I'm here with you. Title match is next right here on Bowlstream TV.
So our final is going to be your 2 seed Cesar Padilla versus your 10 seed Greg Thompson. And that final match will be on lanes 5 and 6. We'll give them a moment to get over to the lanes, and then we'll turn them on for 5 minutes of warm-up. We got 3 games left, so we pay out $10,000 to our winner today.
Let me know when you guys are ready for warm up. Mike, you're more than welcome to hang out on there. I have migraine, so.
You alright?
Okay. I'm getting closer.
I don't mind.
Not hurting.
I'm allowed to stay for one more match.
That's all we got left.
Although I don't know how you wear those headset all day. Holy cow.
It's tough.
My ears are on fire.
I've got to get the,
You have Advil?
there's some, I took Cesar this morning, and then CJ had some medical.
CJ, are you in the building still?
Are you guys ready to go? You guys ready to go? Yeah, it's fresh. This is the last, one of the other pairs that they reordered. They reordered one through 14. So. Are you guys ready? Okay.
The battle of the juniors. Nice job by Kyle King today. He toughed it out. He's behind us hanging out. Well, we've got Cesar Padilla Jr. and Greg Thompson Jr. Mike, are you a junior?
No. The one and only. Although in my mom's side of my family, there's 4 Michael Anthonys. So I'm a Michael Anthony. So, but different last name.
All right, Mike Hardesty. Let's break it down here. Cesar, he's shown that obviously he can kind of play wherever he needs to, absorb and get through whatever the lanes require of him. And GT is, to me, that last match showed he was very determined to figure out how he could stay near the gutter longer than anybody and get to what he likes to do. He finally got to the right ball.
Yeah, you know what he told me during the break? He said if that last effort didn't work with the black hammer, he was going to throw a backup ball. And I said, why would you do that? Ben was struggling. And he said, well, I was going to get left of him and throw more surface. Okay, interesting. But it did work, so he didn't need to do that. But, yeah, just shows you kind of what his mind was thinking in that process. I don't know if you noticed, but the first 5 minutes of practice, not much urethane went down the lane. These guys kind of stuck to reactive, trying to break down that right side, trying to get the hook a little more out, which is smart.
But they both want to play. Want to throw urethane.
Yeah, there's no need to throw it in practice the whole time if you know what you're going to do. And for those of you watching, that's a good educational tool to use. If the plan is to throw urethane and you're trying to make that look last longer, there's no need to carry down the oil all through practice. So try to play chess, not checkers, and break down and enhance your shot.
Need some arrow reversing. That's all we're waiting on. GT2.
This is tough because you can't even predict scores because we don't know what these are going to play like. We've seen some pairs where 650 was needed to win and other pairs 571. So we'll just have to take what the lane is giving them.
Giving strikes early.
How's your food looking over there?
Still in the containers.
Still staring at you?
Untouched.
Is that how you stay so fit? You just don't eat? Is that your secret?
If you talk to my wife, who might be listening right now, she is disappointed that food is sitting right there. Brianna Cote is also disappointed.
Put some meat on those bones.
They try to keep me in order. Oh, we'll take a good break there early.
I mean, every time I do this with you, I have more respect because, like, it's hard to drink. It's hard to eat. My head hurts from having headphones on. Your voice is probably dry. It's this is no joke.
It's a
being the best is hard.
I love that. I love that. It's a labor of love. That's what they call it. Is that the phrase?
Yeah, it's a labor of love.
Folks, go ahead and share this, especially if you know Cesar Padilla Jr. or Greg Thompson Jr. Share this, tag them in it. Let your family and friends know that these are the two players that are battling for $10,000. Three-game total pinfall match. So the format does not change in that regard. The only thing that would make this better if we got to a point where they tied. I'm just throwing it out there.
I was like, we want more bowling?
We do.
We just watched 20 games.
We do want more bowling. We started with a tie.
Is it a 1-game roll-off, or is it 9th and 10th?
I will find out what it is because because qualifying is different.
Yeah, because title match, I don't know. So it looks like GT's got the purple hammer. Cesar is going with pitch black. The battle of the urethane. Oh, that's not a good sign for Cesar. That was looked like that peeled off that spot pretty good.
So we would follow the same protocol that we did with the Kyle Ponzo.
So 9th and 10th roll off. If
Foul
they
duster
tie, then
runs.
it's a
Yep.
one ball. Okay, good to know.
But yeah, we started with the tie.
That's the only tie we've had, though. That's the only.
We might as well end with one.
Yeah, sure. There we go.
We didn't even have a tie with Desperado.
Almost.
You're
One
right.
pin.
You're right.
One pin.
You're right. Hit.
Now, if that would have shimmed and struck, oof,
8:30 look. Drop the poll up top there. Who you got? Cesar Padilla Jr. or Greg Thompson Jr. If you're able to vote, love you to do so. Again, thank you for those who have been hanging out all day. We did go through some connectivity troubles. I do want to thank Mike Dermeyer and Reed Gibbs. Combined, they probably had about 4 or 5 Lakeview or Sun City Lakeview Center employees from the IT department come over here. Some things I think worked early, some things maybe not, but we've got it to where we need it. Let's get on through our 3 games. Award $10,000. Allison says, don't say that. She's right, though, because she needs her husband home as well. So I feel that, Allison.
she's used to Theo being in the bowling center every weekend. That was a good shot.
Packed.
I just want to feel what it throws, what it's like to throw it like that just once, just a couple times. Have you ever tried to throw it two-handed?
In what I would call a non-serious moment.
Yeah, just
yes.
yeah.
Yes, I have. Yeah, I instantly, not that I was trying per se, but I could instantly understand why when those who do take on the style and it takes a lot of reps, those who struggle with ball speed at first, I completely understood why. Need some help. That same area that GT hit where, again, if you said if there was some shim there. Padilla Jr., the number 2 seed. Go back in time and look at some standings.
Now, even though Greg is the number 10 seed, he bowled really well in qualifying. I think he was like 70 over.
Plus 73
Yeah.
was
so-
his number.
And Padilla was 100 over.
101.
There you go. So I wouldn't let those seeds confuse you too much. Greg bowled that first qualifying squad on Friday, and scores end up being a little bit higher from that squad.
First split of the championship match.
And they don't bounce here, so if you split, you're just getting count. I've probably bowled 2,000 games in the center. I don't think I've ever spared the 7-10 or bounced anything out.
%83 of you believe that Greg Thompson Jr. is going to take home the title. All right, he got it around to the right of that spot. Let's get a good look at that shot from GT. Again, getting it around the spot that we talked about. One more time in slow motion.
I need this when I bowl league so I can go back and look and see, like, did I really miss? Great shot by Cesar.
6 and to the 10. Beautifully done.
It's interesting because both these guys are pretty quiet, kind of keep to themselves, don't show a lot of emotion.
Cesar just able to shape it just a hair more, it looks like. But they're both, after watching Cesar, not just this year, but last year too, but really this year with urethane specifically, they both look like they're in their comfort zones early.
That looked in a pinch. But still a great shot. That looked like it was 9-10. Yeah, 10. That's what my eye sees.
Maybe even closer to 11.
Yeah. I feel like Greg's closer to 8.
Oh, wow. What in the world hit that?
God bless the purple hammer. That's all I got to say. I don't care what anybody else thinks. No one cares. Greatest ball ever. It's Tim Garrett's favorite bowling ball. If you're listening, Tim. Great shot. Wouldn't it be ironic if in the final match we had a slugfest? These guys just put up 680.
Well, I really think the resurface helps. And you talked about it. They didn't throw or spend a lot of time throwing urethane during the practice portion. Save it. And can you run that back again? You're giving a tip to those who may be unfamiliar with it. Why, if you got urethane or in this situation, why you don't want to throw it every single time during practice?
Sure, I just think if the game plan is to throw urethane, you have to understand what urethane is doing. And essentially it's taking oil from the front part of the lane and taking it to the back part of the lane, making the back end tighter. So if you've decided that your objective is to throw urethane, then you're trying to preserve that part of the lane. You don't really want them to carry down that much. So especially here in this format with this pattern. So the goal would be to throw reactive, throw some surface, try to create a little more hook to the right of where you're throwing so that if you miss a little right, has a little room to recover. So these guys were smart in preserving that part of the lane. So instead of carrying it down where they're trying to get it to hook, they're actually throwing reactive, which takes oil off the lane.
Thank you for that explanation, that breakdown. from the one and only Mike Hardesty.
Oh, Tim Garrett is listening. Tim Garrett, not a Purple Hammer fan.
So you just threw it right at him.
Oh, he knows. The whole city knows. We still love him.
239 max for Cesar Padilla Jr. Push. Yep, that one was in. Certainly 3-6.
It'll be interesting to see how this progresses because Cesar is a couple left of Greg. So once they start breaking down, I wonder if that'll force Greg to move left sooner, just because he's going to have hook to the left of where he is. So it'll be curious to see how that affects him, and if he chooses to parallel left when that happens, or if he's going to ball down and try to stay in that same zone. But I would imagine Cesar throwing surface and being left of Greg is going to come into play here soon. It's kind of like bowling league with Kyle King. You know he's going to mess up that pattern. He's going to destroy the lane, and you got to try to keep up with him and go left when he does.
He has left a split on the right lane. Speaking of GT2, the 4-6-7 in frame 4, he was close to that again.
Charlie Light in the building. What's up, Charlie?
GT2, multiple regional titles. A ton of wins with regard to amateur items or events. Certainly back home in Dayton and Ohio. Since he's been on the West Coast, he has racked up his fair share of championships.
That was right. Oof. All right, good 7.
Well, it might be his worst shot of the day. He's worked at multiple pro shops throughout his young career. I guess his career is not young. GT is still, he's still like so young to me.
He's got some gray in that beard.
And he's probably a year or two older than me.
He's 42, I think, yeah.
So a year.
As much as he's bowled, though, in bowling years, he's about 70. He's bowled a lot of games.
He shot the first 300 and 800 again this year at the Open Championships. 300, 264, 246, 810.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Especially on that stage. That was pure.
But Padilla's got that type of future.
100%. You're going to hear his name for a while. Because I think he's like 20. Or I don't think he can buy a beard right now.
Yeah, I was just going to turn to his dad, who is in attendance, and ask his age. He was on the roster for Arizona Christian 23-24 season. I remember reading that last year. He was not on the roster for this past season.
I thought he tried to bowl at ASU maybe. I don't really know.
Yep, he did bowl 41 games for ASU this year.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it, because they practice at Via Linda, which is on the other side of town, and sometimes I would make my way up there on Wednesday night to bowl with them, and he would be there from time to time. That'll make you feel old. Show up to the college team practice. You're like, who's this 40-year-old man?
Had about five top 5 finishes. Actually, yeah, 5 of those. You'll enjoy this statistic, Mike, and I actually will bring you back down memory lane. He had a 35.5 average differential.
That's massive for anybody listening. Anything over 20 is good. 35 is Bill O'Neill territory.
195 for Cesar.
And if you're wondering what the differential is, that's the average of the field, how much better you were. So if the average of the field was 180, that means he was shooting 215. Lucky break there for Greg.
Indeed. The right lane been a little tricky for him. Please smash that thumbs up if you don't mind. Again, share if you haven't. Let them know that GT2 and Cesar Padilla Jr. are in the finals of the 4th annual CBE 10K Cactus Classic. 10,000 to the winner.
Back in the day, did you go to collegebowling.com and look at the stats all the time?
Oh yeah, of course.
Or the chat?
We
I got in
really
trouble
went to
on the chat a
to the
couple
forum.
times.
Yeah, the forum.
Yeah.
We went to the forum.
For a while, they had a stat like the most posts, and they would list your name, and I was number 1 for like 2 years. I'm much more chill now, but
Opinionated, Mike Hardesty.
back then I did not let anything go, and I would always sign my name. Like some people just had like a screen name, like whatever, Bowler. I would sign my name Mike Hardesty because
Well,
I wanted people to know what I thought.
That's what's called standing on business,
Yeah,
right there.
I stood on business. Got me in trouble a couple times, but we stood on business.
Out the window goes GT2 on that fill. So we got ourselves a 10-pin match here early. This feels like the time based on how your match went with GT. And this was early this morning, first match out the gates, round 1. But where you talked about him throwing multiple bowling balls. I feel like we might get to a point where he might throw something else, maybe at least on the right lane.
I think so. Who did he bowl the second match again?
Kyle Michalowski.
Oh, that's right, on 1 and 2. Okay. I was just trying, the reason I asked that is I was trying to think if he bowled anyone that maybe had as much of a rev rate as he did that was left of them and how it would have affected him.
Kyle's rev rate, I would say, is
Yeah, Kyle's
pretty
maybe
high.
not Cesar territory, but up there. Not me. Oh no.
Padilla, his road started in round number 2. He defeated
Ryan Howard.
Ryan Howard, thank you.
Yeah, they bowled on 3 and 4, I think.
571 to 547. Talked about, of course, GT2 and Mike Hardesty, who was sitting right next to me. 7-12 versus Mike. Sorry, Mike.
No, you're good. Tell the people.
In that same round, round 2, GT2 did defeat Michalowski 651 to 555.
You see what he just did? He switched balls. Black hammer. Didn't look bad. I think that's his old black hammer too. I think that was the Kentucky black hammer. He has one of the newer Mexico pours, and then the one that he really loves is the Kentucky black hammer, which is a little bit cleaner, a little more angular.
How many games do you think is on the Kentucky?
A lot.
Or does he have multiple?
On the black one, I think he just has one. I think he has a Kentucky purple and a Kentucky black hammer. But that's the great thing about urethane. It doesn't matter. They don't absorb oil. So you could, in theory, throw them as much as you want. It's got a hook. All right. Seeing some transition here for these guys. See how they respond to it.
The early single pin whiff there for Cesar. But in good shape early. GT 2-4-10.
I like how GT's spare ball is a high performance hammer ball.
Everything's the opposite for GT.
He picked it up earlier and I was like, what are you doing? He's like, this ball feels good. Cesar is 20.
Thank you, Mackenzie.
He's half our age
Scary.
and twice as good as me.
Also scary. He's twice as both of us combined, to be fair.
He's a stud.
That's
That
got
was-
a peel.
Yeah.
They got there.
So no champagne celebration for Cesar if he wins. He's going to have to stick to apple cider. But, you know, that money will make him feel better.
Well, I mean, at this age, right, and don't know that much about Cesar. But his dad's here, which is awesome. Yeah, to be able to share with family these types of moments. Hold on. And, but to take home, you know, a 5-figure prize at this age. Again, not life-changing, but right, that's a nice starter kit.
That's a lot of money when
at
you're 20 years old.
Right,
Sure.
that's a nice starter kit. Eliminate student debt, even if there wasn't any before you even got to it. You know what I mean?
It's funny how as you get older, your perception of money changes.
Oh, that's a urethane ball change right there.
That looked like a fast pitch.
I believe it was. Freshly surfaced.
When I was 20, if you would have gave me $10,000, I would have told you I was rich.
Without question. I mean, we're living.
I'll never forget at age 18, I hit the strike pot at Western Bowl for 2,000, and I thought that I ruled the world.
We'd have been out there like the Hot Boys. BG. Bling, bling.
And making it rain. I'm buying dinner. That's a great song, by the way. No one in the chat knows that song.
Bling, bling?
I
Or
doubt
make it rain? Oh,
No,
there's
bling
some people
bling.
that know
Every
bling,
time
bling.
I come around your city,
Everybody knows that.
I don't know. They're not cool. I was listening to old playlists the other day, and 504 Boys came on. If you ever heard of them? It was a Master P band.
You're going way back.
Oh yeah,
We are the same age.
I'm from the South.
That's true.
Mike Jones,
Oh,
Paul Wall, 504 Boys.
this is great.
Paul Wall was on my playlist a lot.
Mike, you might get an invite. You know an invite to the cookout?
I'm in. Let's go.
I think you're in. Shout out to Matt Jones watching. Great bowling to you as well. Always a pleasure to see you as well, Matt. I feel very welcome when I come to Phoenix, and I truly mean that, honestly.
You are welcome anytime.
There's a lot of people already knew, like Mike, but the chance to reconnect with Mike has been really cool. Bit more direct there for GT. That might be the strategy shift here. Less shape, more direct. If you're just joining us, this is game 2 of 3. It's a 3-game total pinfall match. Greg Thompson Jr. versus Cesar Padilla Jr. And GT with a 10-pin advantage after 1 game. And that one crosses over. And Padilla looks at his hand, says a few words.
Robbie Patterson wants to know what a Paul Wall is. Robbie. Google it, Robbie. Go to Spotify, type in Paul Wall. It'll change your world. He's sitting sideways.
With a grill. You know I'm gonna listen to that on my flight home.
Oh, it's on the playlist.
I'm definitely listening to that now. I'm gonna say he got a handful.
Oh my God, I could have got a little better break than that. That's not nice.
7, 9, 10. We've seen, I feel, more designer splits in match play. Like in qualifying, I just didn't see a lot of like 4-9s, didn't see a lot of big 4s.
Yeah.
Didn't see a ton of Greek churches, and we've seen all of those things a couple times over.
That's got a chance.
It does.
Oh my goodness. Great effort. I don't think there was enough angle to leave a lot of ugly stuff. I guess that's kind of my theory. You know, your ball's not really going sideways off the end of the pattern. It's kind of rolling forward into the pattern. You know, when your break point is 13, takes away some of that yucky stuff.
Look out. A lot of 9 there. Show you how close Padilla made this here. Watch the replay.
Matt Jones said he's more of a Warren G and Skilo fan.
Wow. Matt's a little older than us.
He wishes he was a little bit taller.
Not by much, but.
I don't think Matt's older than us.
Is he not?
Maybe a year.
That's a
We're all in that phase. We're all in that same
And then also, too,
1981 to 1984.
where you grow up is a part of that process, too.
Matt's a Phoenix guy.
It's a great point, Robbie.
Yeah.
To Mike's point about not a ton of angle this weekend.
Yeah. When your break point's 13, you know, Robbie's right. You're trying to get the 5-7 out. Oh, boy. They look like they are transitioning and getting ugly.
Thank you, Mr. James, and congratulations on your great bowling. Handled your business last night. Handled your business this morning, too. Got a round 1 victory. Second bucket in a couple matches here. Takes care of it. This one's starting to feel like
We got ourselves a match.
the previous round.
Yeah, we got ourselves a match.
Although they started much better than they did in the previous matches.
It's the same thing I saw this morning. It tricks you because on the fresh, it peels off that spot a little bit and you think you have something. And once they carry down just a little bit, you're trapped. because you can't get it right at all, and you still have no left. So that's when you have to start paralleling left with your feet, but also your eyes. And not an easy thing to do when there's this much surface and urethane going down the lane.
That's a little better. Bang.
So Cesar's tactic is to go to a fast pitch, which I've never had, but my understanding is it's a little bit cleaner than a pitch black, so that he could stay in that same zone, but get it through the fronts. Fast pitch, that's a Tez ball. Tez got a couple of those.
Had a good look at that. That one was excellent from start to finish. GT2 is watching where the ball path is on this shot from Cesar.
The crazy thing about Cesar is even last year, the moment doesn't seem too big for him. You know, he's only 20. You know, he's bowled a decent amount. I see him around town, but the moment does not appear to be too big for him. He doesn't seem overwhelmed. He's making ball changes. He's making moves. It's just something that you really can't teach.
I could be wrong, but I thought the writing on this ball said Johnny Petraglia, LT48.
Is he throwing the rubber ball? He brought it with him. That's the rubber ball.
Interesting. What's the play? What's the thinking?
He's just trying to play the hook. He's trying to go into the flat part of the lane and trap it. That's I think that's what Tez tried to do on 1 and 2 is move left to where there's hook, kind of trap it in there. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what he's seeing out there. Good eye, by the way. You nailed it. That's exactly what that is. He showed it to me during his first match, and he said, if things get ugly, I'm going to throw this ball. And I said, where did you even get that?
That's been your question of the week. Where'd you get that ball?
Yeah, where do these guys get all this stuff at? Oh, my gosh.
There it is.
I'm going to have to start going to Goodwill, shop for bowling balls.
And you nailed it, though. The reasoning and where he was going to play with that.
Do you see him look at me and smile?
We'll get another look here. We'll slow this one down. Just kind of sits. Wow, good break.
That was huge.
It's a big time 3-bagger. It does feel like maybe both players now might have to be perfect. He's trying to play out there because the last one on that lane was perfect from Cesar.
Well, every time they move left, they're going to a flat part of the lane. And there's no traffic on the pair, just them two, so there's not really anybody carrying down, as they move left, so they're kind of, it's tough. I didn't think that was going to hook.
It got up the hill. Those of you who might be just joining us, there's your scoreboard up top, and then there's the match score after one game at the bottom right of your screen. Get 205 game 1 for GT. 195 for Cesar Padilla.
Now this is the shot I want to see. Can Greg duplicate what he just did on the last lane? And if so, I think we got something.
That one looked like a miss left, honestly. Sean, we tried to tell him that 2 years ago at the Agent All Open. Let me text my guy right now.
Now, if you're Greg and you don't strike here, are you staying with this plan?
Probably not, but that's me.
Same.
Because you did put it into motion. Like, you tried it.
Like yeah, there's no way.
You tried it, and then you got to
He
go
has
back
to throw way too perfect.
Right, trust your ability. Again, very similar to what we just watched him do on 7 and 8. But much different where he didn't have to get to this point. It probably also helped, of course, that he was bowling Ben Perry, who was left-handed, and not a fellow righty also throwing urethane.
Yeah, he needs to go to the bag and get something else.
He's going to try something different. This looks like a black hammer.
So 169 for Greg. That puts him at 374. Cesar Padilla can strike out for 213, which would put him at 408. It's too much math.
You spent hours in the center
Yeah, I got to
doing math with
buy my dad dinner. Thank him for the
score
making me
sheets.
manual scores.
An important shot here. And Cesar has been very good at breaking down potential trouble. But there's been some opportunities for both of these players in previous matches to leave 2-8-10s, 2-4-8-10s, and they've stayed away from that type of disaster.
Uh-oh. Oh, I thought he definitely looked like he stuck there. Nonetheless, good cover. Spare strike for 201. That would put him at 396. We'd have a 22-pin match, which on this pattern is not enough, but very helpful.
Padilla, no harm, no foul. He shoots 300. I'm sorry, 200 even.
That's a good question. Was the high game of the tournament Kyle Ponzo 270?
No, Wyatt, Sean Wyatt.
Oh, 280, you're right.
280.
I was next to him.
After 138, which really is the flex of the tournament.
He said today was his highest first game, and he shot like 170.
That was a true flex.
Yeah. Yeah, because he went like plus 50 with the 130.
Crazy.
Guess that's a good question. So in the history of this tournament, there's been 1 300. Jason Lowry, 4 years, 1 300.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And they were hard then.
Yeah.
It might have been harder, actually. It might have
I
been
don't
harder.
know, this year. Last year they were tough, but I thought they were hittable once there was less traffic.
So when GT was in this spot against Ben Perry, he trailed by 31 pins. Similar situation.
Mm-hmm.
This time it's 21 pins. In the previous match, he started with the front 6 after going to a black hammer. He had switched to that ball, threw it a few frames late.
Uh-oh, I think something caught him. Well, he just needs to regroup here. A lot of bowling left.
Again, 10K on the line.
It's quite a little crowd behind us.
Oh, there should be. There's 10K on the line.
Either that or bingo's about to start.
I'm good with a little bingo as well. Right now, what Padilla Jr. did not have on his bingo card was a washout, and possibly starting this match, game 3 of the title match with back-to-back opens. Can't give GT2 any kind of light.
GT over here with the massage gun going to town on his arm.
He'll take one.
Looks like he's in a little bit of pain.
That's your updated score, bottom right of your screen. The match score, 395 to 374. The ball change again. This is he hit this in frame 1. Moves back right.
Now I think this is the Black Hammer 78.
Okay.
I think this is the new one. It has the brighter label on it, I think. Well, maybe not. It's hard to tell from here. Uh-oh.
Needs some help. Gets
Oh.
it.
Never mind. I thought that was left.
Yeah, that ball just laid. One you gotta watch too and fold real time. Let's see if it works here. It didn't work.
All right, if you're Cesar, you got to spare this. You got to spare it.
Well, with regard to his ball reaction currently, right? It's iffy, right? It's very borderline.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he has any room left or right. If he shapes it right at all, it's kind of. Uh-oh.
Oh my. It is deep breath time here for Cesar. Relax, reset the brain, reset the mind. I would take even a few more seconds.
I might be taking a re-rack.
He's already given up his lead.
Mm-hmm. That looked pretty good. Oh, see, that I thought that was good. That ball is just bailing down lane. He might need to go back to that pitch black. Something a little bit stronger. Because if he moves back right, he's going to have more hang to the right and more hook to his left because he's going right back into where GT's playing. Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, no.
4 consecutive opens and the most innocuous start that you would want to have, certainly for Cesar, and now GT2 wasting no time.
Yeah, it certainly looks like Cesar can't get it right at all at the moment, which is definitely not going to help your swing.
Trying to capitalize.
And GT almost
Not
looks
bad.
like he's gotten softer.
Here's the Padilla shot on the left lane.
I mean, that's pretty good placement right there. And
And
right here, it just goes forward.
You see it with that speed. It just evens out and goes straight.
Now, typically for me, that's when I would get out of urethane, right? When it starts kind of locking up like that and going forward, that's when you would think to switch to reactive, but not on this pattern. You just can't. It's just going to emphasize that flat part of the lane even more, and if you miss left, you're not going to hit the head pin.
He is softer with it.
Yeah, definitely softer. I wonder if that's the new black hammer, which definitely is weaker, and he's just being really soft with it, playing in that track. I think it is.
Cesar now with his work cut out for him.
Staying with that. Oh, he's got to get out of that ball. Like you said, he just needs to reset, do something.
And obviously, right, it's tough.
Oh, sure.
It's difficult. You're in the moment. You're feeling pretty good, right? Got a
He was
small
in
lead
control, yeah.
going into the game 3.
And now he's in a phone booth.
And the other thing about bowling too, and I think for those of us who bowled, and you don't even have to have bowled at the highest level, but sometimes it can just flip, right? Where there's one thing, mistake, bad break, whatever, and it can multiply or compound quickly. Next thing you know, you're in the position that Cesar is in.
Yeah, we talked about it the other day. Bowling is a game of momentum, you know. Sometimes the mojo is with you, and sometimes it's against you. There's a ball change. That was the pitch black.
Yeah, and had to do it. Still not quite what he was looking for. I think he was expecting something different, but much better ball reaction. Excuse me.
And if you're watching at home and thinking, he just needs to move right. No, you can't move right. There's no friction to the outside of the lane. And if he moves right, he's going to be right in the track where GT is playing. And he's going to have hook right at his feet. Oh, that was huge.
Great break. He was flirting with another possible 4-9 there.
I like his reaction there. He didn't react. He's very much in the moment. Easier said than done, Scooby. It's not easy to spare on this. Not easy to spare on this at all, especially multiple pin spares. Single pins, sure. No reason to miss any single pins, but not easy to convert some spares this weekend. Especially under pressure. We've all been victim of it. It's all gotten us at one point or another. Ah, great shot.
Well, you start to do the math, Mike. Right now, it's not on the side of
Not
Cesar.
looking good. All right, good cover there by Cesar. So at this point, he has 75 in the 6th with a spare in the 7th. Max score of 185. That would put him at 580. Greg Thompson has 136 in the 6th with a spare in the 7th for a max of 246. That would put him at 620. So Greg, at this point, controls his own destiny. All right, not giving up. Great shot there by Cesar. Push. All right. For Greg, that's good 8. A little grabby on that one. But he left something he can spare. See Carl in the chat thanking everybody. Carl, I'm serious. Don't get any ideas about making the pattern harder this year.
You know,
Last year was enough torture. Don't let Mike Miller design that pattern.
Greg, GT2 was watching when Carl was in the booth yesterday. He basically asked the same thing. He requested the same thing.
They were nasty last year. I think the cut was minus 50. Good 9.
A lot of 9.
So if he spares struck 13, so yeah, still full in control. Cesar he can only get to, what do we say, 580.
580.
So if Greg spares, yep. So Greg's coasting at 597. No, I can't add 587.
If Padilla does fill it up here in the 9th and the 10th, he is going to force GT to get a mark and good count.
Yep. Oh, Carl said the cut was minus 35. That's supposed to make us feel better.
That's about
Well,
do it.
I mean, if you're Cesar, of course you're disappointed, but top 4 finish last year, 2nd this year. I mean, he's probably going to win next year at this pace. So, I mean, this kid has a ton of talent. Like, seriously, his composure is amazing.
Well,
At 20 years old, I was throwing and kicking and letting everyone know how disappointed I was. He hasn't said a word.
And that's the part for me. He's 20. 20 years old. And maybe one of the brighter futures, certainly. I saw last year one of the rare feats. He won 4 JBT titles in a row. And now mathematically, officially over. Gregory Thompson Jr., the winner of the 4th annual CBE 10K Cactus Classic. Nicely done there by Cesar. Mackenzie Page told us that Cesar is 20. We were
Yeah.
having a discussion. Everyone was chiming in. And she said he was 20.
We're going to ask for his ID
If that
afterwards just to verify. But seriously, great bowling to him. And his composure is one of the most impressive things I've seen. But this moment is all about this guy on lane 6 because no one deserves it more than him. He's a fantastic human being. I know a lot of times he doesn't think he deserves to be here, but he most certainly does.
we're going to try to get GT, and I want you to stay on, Mike.
Oh, now he's just showing off.
Bang! He had to try it.
I'm just doing a picture with him. Not handing him 10K this year. Like I did with Darren. Oh, just for a photo op.
You said that was going to be his next move, right? If it didn't work on 7
That's
and
what
8.
he told me. If that didn't work, he was going to go back up. I imagine that was the same mindset here. If that black hammer didn't work again, this was what he was going to do. But, you know, lucky for him, that black hammer paid the bills.
Mike, I'm going to do something that I wouldn't normally do, but I'm going to get a mic. I'm just going to talk into it. I won't be able to hear very good, but I want you to stay on because I know you know GT very well, so I want you to be a part of this interview.
All right, guys,
Okay.
big round of applause for Gregory Thompson Jr., your 4th annual 10K Cactus Classic winner. Also, a big round of applause to Cesar Padilla for finishing 2nd. This is a long and grueling tournament, so congrats, guys. Great bowling all weekend. Myself, as the director, I want to thank the hosts here at Lakeview, Mike Dermeyer and Reed, as well as the rest of their staff for having us all weekend. And also, of course, thank you to Emil Williams for coming out and streaming everything on Bullstream TV, and all of our wonderful sponsors that support the tournaments and all of my tournaments year round. And thank you to all the bowlers as well that were here all weekend. Spread the word. Let's try to make this thing bigger next year. I just want to keep growing and doing bigger things with this tournament. Gregory. He's a celebrity.
We'll take the check. Don't worry about it.
They're probably asking him if he plays basketball. Like, young man.
Congrats, sir. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
I appreciate everybody coming out. I apologize. Thank you, Theo. Thank you, email, and everybody else, all the fans. I appreciate it.
So I'm going to get a quick photo if we can. Well, they're going to get a quick photo for sure. So I'm going to try to get him framed up real quick.
I just need one more picture. One more pic. Take a pic. We have the banner.
Do it over there.
No, we can go right up here. Cesar.
Mike, let him know what's happening. Let him know what's happening.
Okay. Right now we're going to wait for Greg. He's taking a couple pictures in front of the banner, and then he's going to come over here for an interview. So you might want to hang on if you want to get some behind-the-scenes Q&A with the 2025 Cactus Classic champion, Greg Thompson Jr. So hang tight while him and Cesar take a picture, and we'll have Greg on live. Emil's getting everything set up right now. Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. It's a lot of fun. Appreciate Emil having me in the booth. It's not every day you get to talk about Paul Wall and watch bowling, so it's a good day for me. Thanks to everyone in the chat. Robbie, you should definitely retire. It's a good-looking man right there. He probably hates me saying that.
Can you hear us? It's okay.
You earned it.
That's right. He did.
You're supposed to be sweaty.
That is blood, sweat, and tears right there. GT, man, congratulations. I was talking just earlier. I'm like going through some of the resume, and I'm like, I personally, and I'm sure he wants to, obviously, just want to see him win that PBA national title. But we're not there yet. You're in the present. What does this feel like? What's this moment like for you right now?
Like 3 weeks ago. And so just to have something positive happen for us is nice.
How important is family? I always reference Trotwood and Dayton. I know you've been on the West Coast for a minute, but Ohio is truly home.
Yeah, Ohio's home. I definitely don't get home often to see my family. Every time you say Trotwood, I'm like, his memory's great. Like most people just know Dayton, but you actually know Trotwood, so that's amazing.
So, Greg, tell us a little about your mindset today. I was telling Emil that you were kind of joking about if the black hammer didn't work, you'd throw back up. And personally, I think a lot of people look at your physical game and say, like, oh, he throws it so amazing and he's a freak. But the thing that always impresses me about you is your mind. You're a curious bowler. You look around and you say, that person's bowling well and they're doing this. Why can't I do that? So in this match with Cesar, if that black hammer didn't work, were you going to go try to throw back up?
Yeah, it's always an option. I try to keep an open mind when I'm bowling. Luckily, he started pretty good. Then obviously he struggled the last game, so I didn't have to try anything. But I always like to keep an open mind, and whatever works, works.
So when they started breaking down, kind of explain to people at home like what you were seeing. So the first game, it looked like you had a little bit of hook, and then they kind of started carrying down. And maybe someone at home would say like, why don't you just move right and square up? And maybe explain to them like why that wasn't possible.
If you move right, it just fell off a cliff. So like it kind of hooked early off of 1, but 2, 3 did not hook at all. So during practice, you only get 5 minutes. I try to throw as many shots to the right with a lot of surface to open it up a little bit, but it's very flat in the middle. It just transitions so quick. I feel like almost every match I bowled, I started with a double, and then the third frame I grab it just a hair and 7 every single batch, and then after that you're kind of just trying to figure out which way to go.
Now, as someone who's your friend and also probably your top 5 fans, I'm really proud of you. I think you put yourself out up there a lot, and I don't know anyone that's harder on themselves than you. So what does this moment mean? Are you going to be happy the rest of the day? Are you going to enjoy it?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, because I think I say this for everyone in the chat, that you deserve to be here, and you deserve for good things to happen to you. And today was pretty special to watch. You bowled really amazing.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
GT, congrats, man, and thank you again for the cupcake.
You're more than welcome.
Now you got your money back. All right, GT.
All right, thanks.
That was GT2, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for that that item there. Oh man.
Long day for you, buddy.
Well, it's not even that, because this is why we go through the trials and the tribulations of doing this job, to get to the finals. No matter how hard it is, no matter how long it takes. But I truly wanted you to be in that interview, Mike, because throughout the day I could just hear the true friendship.
Yeah.
What did you take away from what he said?
Ugh, try not to get emotional.
I heard it. I heard it in your voice.
Sucks. I'm a big baby, but this guy means the world to me, and we talk a lot, and some people are put into luckier situations than others, and Greg works really hard, and things haven't always gone his way. So for this to happen, it was tough to commentate today because you don't want to be rooting for anyone, but I love that guy, and it's pretty special.
Well, Mike, I appreciate you, man. I know this is not you have a full-time job and role, and everything's good, but anytime I'm in the area and you're free, the seat is open for you.
Yeah, just gotta buy my wife dinner and a massage.
It's okay. I'll put that in my expense book and calculate that. Thank you so much for hanging out today.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate you having me. It was a lot of fun.
It was great. Thank you to all of our sponsors here at the Cactus Classic. Theo, of course, obviously Complete Bowling Events, Chuck's Painting EFX, Bro Dogs, Team Agent Ong, Alley Cat Action, Brunswick, Ramsey, BVL, True Amateur Tournaments, Desert Southwest, and everyone who supports this event. Like Theo said, spread the word. This is the 4th annual, trying to increase and make it as big as it possibly can be. Thank you to Lakeview Lanes, Mike Dermeyer, Reed Gibbs, and the entire staff here. Christine's been great. Everybody at George's Cafe. And thank you, the wonderful fans of bowling. Appreciate you hanging out, going through some struggles with our internet connectivity earlier, but you hung in there and certainly was worth it. Greg Thompson Jr., the winner of the 4th annual CBE 10K Cactus Classic. With that said, I heard there's some spellings that need to be taken care of. I'll see you all in, the next time I'll be in Phoenix for sure will be the Agent Ong Open. As far as I am concerned, got a little bit of Green Bay action, PWBA coming back on tour in July. And some other cool things with regard to Bowlstream TV as well. So if you haven't subscribed, please do so. If you did, thank you so much this weekend. So for Mike Hardesty, Theo Duthay, all the guests that joined me this week, congrats again to Greg Thompson Jr., the champion of the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. You watched it live and only on Bowlstream TV. Have a good night, folks.